Hello, good afternoon. Welcome everyone. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Saturday, 29th of April, 2023. And once again, we're back in the factory. We've got stuff to build. Continuing our attempts to scale things up, get everything back up and running after I've dug out the kind of small scale stuff we had. Get it up and running in a bigger scale, and it's going pretty good actually. Last session got more done than I expected when we hit a few barriers, so it's nice. We've got lubricant available again. We've got the little fuel cubes available. Don't have an immediate use for them, but they're there ready for when we will need them. And we got a new patch of uranium being dug up, being processed and enriched, which is new. I think we got it right, but we'll see when it's up and running. It's not running particularly well at the moment, but we'll go and make a little change and hopefully get that going well during today's session. We're going to carry on pretty much with what we did in the last session. We've got that uranium because we wanted to switch our trains over to nuclear locomotives, which will need nuclear fuel cells. So we need to set up production of those actual fuel cells themselves. We need to redo our existing depot so that those fuel cells can be fed to the trains, and we need to replace the trains themselves with the nuclear type. And that depot structure we're going to copy out into new locations. We need more trains, it would seem. So I've done some prep work to get that done. And if that all gets sorted out today, then we also just kind of need more oil. There's not enough to feed all the production cells we've made with our petrochemicals recently, so we just need more crude to be pumped out of the ground and refined down to its individual pieces. We'll see how much of that we get done today, but hopefully all of it. We'll see. I have done the usual bit of prep work, like I say. So you'll see a few extra squares have been put in and a few extra floors have been done. I mean, simple one, the lithium in the corner is working fine, even though it's still on the old red belts and wasn't particularly big. I don't see any reason to increase it, so I've just done the cosmetic work up there to get that done. Down in the corner where we did the uranium, I've added the two adjacent squares. It just opens up a few pathways that the trains could take, so they're not all coming around this one roundabout. We'll spread them out a little bit, potentially. So I put those in and did the flooring under the uranium. Like I say, it's not running amazingly at the moment. It's backed up a bit. One of the reasons for that is a lack of loaders everywhere, so we need some loaders. And then the glowing one is at 235. It isn't reaching the end, so we need to change how we feed that in ever so slightly. But we can do that, that's no problem. And then I've added the wings. Not to make the base fly, but on both sides in the middle we have patches of crude oil that we could use for refining to get more, petrol, light, heavy, and do all the cracking and the stuff like that, like we have here. And having built them in to get the oil, the next one over would be a depot. So I've built those in too, so we can put in the new depots Q50, I50, and M46. Would be where I want them, so that's where we'll aim to put some depots in today. Nothing is moving at the moment, which is our latest attempt to get it's the copper production that's an issue. We're trying to get it to self-feed on making rocket parts to get the vulcanite, to make more copper, to make more rocket parts. That loop isn't self-feeding at the moment. Numbers wise it should. So it's just the copper's being taken for other things to fill in buffers mostly. And if we can get those buffers filled, then it should start self-feeding and go. But latest attempt hasn't worked. That does mean all of our trains are stopped at the moment, which makes a good opportunity to dig them up and get rid of them, swap them over to the new ones. So that's silver line, positive side to the complete disaster that is our base at the moment. The one thing I want to do first, we're not getting any loaders and we need them to do anything. We can scale down and, instead of using 10, just use 2 on each warehouse and so on, but there are none at the moment, and that's no good. So I'm just going to take a quick look at any of our production cells that might have copper sat in them. So this one does but it hasn't been switched over yet. Okay. Well, that's a thing we can do. It needs doing. This needs to switch. The iron is still fine, but the copper ingot needs to come in here, and then these lines are coming out. Right? Which lines? Those 6. Okay. Bit of a mess, or a bit complicated. Let's dig out what's here and then work it out fresh. So those... dig out a bit more. That's going to be to there. And so on. Although I should go underground here, shouldn't it? I suppose. That's fine. One disappears here, so I'm guessing that line of copper is a full line, which is... oh, I guess there's not... there's one of these lines is not completely full, and then it comes off here. That's fine. So ideally we push all them in. Left, yeah, to bring that line off, and then do it again to cut the outside line, which we'll need to leave a gap for that to go out and back in, or just not go back out. Needs to go back out, sorry, to fit that one, and then it can come back in and go back out again. So we can do that there. Push them all in again and cut the outside line. That's fine. All of this will come out except for one line, which needs to go here, which will not be easy, especially with all those splitters. Could do it differently somehow, going under there and then under there. Doesn't seem worth it. I think the easiest thing to do is come down this gap, like there, but we will send that there, I guess. Yeah, that's best. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Let's just pull that back, redo the poles. Keep going, Mr. Robots. And then we've got the mess here, so didn't want to do that. That's fine. They should, or can, get rid of their priorities just to keep things tidy. We'll want to move it in when we swap the iron over, but it's a bit premature to do that now, so shouldn't worry too much, I guess, because we will want to move this soon. Okay, there's that. Cut back and lined up so we can change the filters here to be ingots instead of plates. That page, yep. Copy that across. There we go. So that should start unloading the ingots. They'll get turned into copper plates here, and this one's now on the right type. Doesn't mean it's not a good one for grabbing the ingots from, because that still needs to buffer in. I'm making steel there. This is where we want to bring it. There's none loaded below, so hopefully the squares to our left have got some sat there not being used, even though they could be. Here we have some and we've not switched over, and it's not time to switch over. So this would be an alright place to just steal a bunch of copper ingots from, which, you know, now more need to be delivered there, so that won't necessarily immediately help, but we need loaders. I unload them here, spread around a little bit. They'll start unloading. Be turned there. There's nothing after the loader's moving. And if I took something, I would want it replaced, I guess. So I won't worry about, like, preventing it going elsewhere. It's going to go into making loaders. So that's good. That can start making loaders while we work on some other things. We'll come back and then be able to use them to actually get things moving. It'll be slow until we can really kick things back up again. So next job, I'm going to take out the existing trains. I'm going to take out the fuel loading as well, because that's going to be different. This is going to take a while. Can you... you can dig up the train, but only if you also take the rail. Oops. Didn't mean to do that, but never mind. Hello, Arsling. Nice to see you again. How am I doing? Not bad. It's been an alright day so far. Not too bad, I guess. Pretty good, even. It's been a good day so far. I'll say it. Hope you're having an alright day too. This is going to be difficult because there's a lot of fuel there. What can I do about that? Oh, and they don't stack. Yeah, that's helpful. Let me make a little dumping spot temporarily. I'm going to throw stuff in here. Keep that there to make a bit of inventory space. Kind of. You're awake now. Yeah. Fair enough. Hope there's more of a good day ahead of you then. Or at least, you know, good enough day. I woke up and there was sunshine. It's nicely changed. Still, it is cold out, but there's a forecast for it. Like when I checked the forecast a few days ago, it wasn't supposed to be good today. So I rechecked. You know, it was different. So I checked again, and it had changed. There's supposed to be no rain today or tomorrow, which is great. Let me go out and spray some weed killer in the garden, or a lot, like 10 litres of weed killer across the garden. A lot of weeds. And so far, it hasn't rained, so the updated forecast seems good. And as long as it doesn't rain, you know, in the next few hours, that should hold, and a bunch of weeds should die off, which would be lovely. Make it possible to actually go out and do some stuff. Difficult to do the gardening at the moment. It is, aside from the weeds, also full of all sorts of bugs and animals, because I just left it to grow wild, which has actually been nice. But it does mean spiders move in. Lots of snails. Big ones too. All sorts of icky things. But still, I managed to get around them. You love the rain. Yeah, in general would too, yeah. Sound of it, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you can't get rid of unwanted plants if they keep drinking. Hopefully I can just get the wanted plants put in this year. That's what I'd really like. Then wouldn't have to worry about it so much. Not that I'm worried about it, I wouldn't say. I'm quite happy with it being full of weeds. It's just could do with tidying up at this point. It's been a few years. And for a while that was great, you know, the just letting it grow wild, let all sorts of animals that I wanted move in. You know, bees and mostly bees. which is nice to support, but when the neighbour cat starts running wild and ruining everything, and I've got no real way of getting in there and sorting anything out, so this is the year that I'm going to sort out the outside of the house. Maybe. I got... yeah. Alt mode was off, that's fine. What do I want to do here? Probably leave that plugged in. It's going to be a requester on network 1. 2 trains. Yeah, that's set fine. Just going to change that. Conversation got cut because you got ads. Oh, great. Shouldn't happen. But never mind. Something wrong with the net. Oh, so it might have been done. Yeah, yeah. Found the unneeded plants. Yeah, it's I'll be happy for it to rain when I've got the right plants in the garden. Then it will be good. And the right animals is the main thing. Oh. If the neighbour's cat keeps thinking it owns the garden, that's going to be trouble. Oh, actually, the wagons... let me put them somewhere different. We can reuse the wagons. Didn't really need to dig them up, I guess. There. That's the top one cleared out. And the right-hand edge. Okay, so that's halfway there. Trains have started moving. That's unhelpful, but okay. Don't know what they're moving around. I guess we started making loaders because I fed the copper in and that's made them start doing things. Which is okay. We'll catch them all eventually. Try not to get run over as they come back into the depot. For California to have a garden, you have to... yeah. Yeah. It's, so here in the UK, very much expected. If you bought a new house, it would have a garden. It's nothing big, you know, it's... mine's pretty reasonable size, actually. I'm very happy with it. But in general, any new house you bought would have something. Usually something small. You could fit a nice patio in there. A tiny little lawn for a small dog. Don't generally get much, but you know, it would be weird to get a new home that didn't have any garden at all. Most people you talk to, they're so knowledgeable about gardening, but yeah, not from California. Yeah. There's many places, I'm sure, where it's not the culture to have outdoor space, or it's extremely expensive to have, just like there is a culture for it, but only if you're rich. It doesn't tend to be the case in the UK. There's no doubt there's parts, and obviously quite a lot of people live in flats, not houses, and they wouldn't have garden space. Maybe something shared. Quite a lot of people will have a, like we would call it, an allotment. So you pay to have a bit of outdoor space, but it's not attached to your house, it's just somewhere else. It's pretty common as well, really. Scoop that mess up there. Robots to help me out with these loaders, get rid of them. I guess I could feed the red loaders into our system, get them converted to blue ones. saves some stuff. Could be worth it. Let's see that beautiful landing. Yeah, it's still a... Despite being quite a small, well-developed... Well, not sure well. A small but developed country. The UK's got a lot of wild space still. A lot of open public land with nothing on it. Which is great, you know. Lots to go see, especially in Scotland, yeah. Mountains tend to be undeveloped as well, so a lot to see there. Still a couple drips of fuel. Find a way to get rid of all this. Not, don't know, could just keep it safe for an emergency. Not sure what emergency we'd have that would need a bunch of fuel. One more flight, I reckon. Then we'll try and catch the last of those trains before they run out of fuel in the middle of nowhere. Oh, that's full. Okay. Make another one. Swap them around, maybe. Keep just fuel in the right one. There won't be space, but never mind. Keep them red loaders on me, and we will go feed them in to be upgraded to blues. Some more, just a few. Nothing I can do about it. One more trip. Yeah, never mind. They'll go in there too. But that's okay. We'll live. Grab the last of them and then grab these trains. Could leave the wagons there, actually. Just come place the new trains on the front, new locomotives on the front. Should work. Try it. Oh, almost got myself ran over, but here comes another one. And this guy, okay. But I can't fit him. What if I just cheekily do that for a second? We'll come back for the last of that fuel. No train found. Good. That's what we want at the moment. Grab that out. So that's all good. That's the old stuff pulled away. Sort out the new stuff. Which, go see if any loaders are ready at this point. Should be one square north of us, and then use them to set something up there. Beginnings of something that'll work. Can expand. One has been made. Okay, that's because we're not making small electric motors. Because we're not getting copper cable. Okay. It got prioritized into making green. There wasn't enough. Could there be more west of us? This one hasn't been changed over and still isn't. So yeah, let's just grab all that. Or some of that. What we can fit of that. Feed these ones in too and try and get some more bits made. So I don't need to spread it out. There's only one line coming away. Oh well. Maybe that'll make some more. Certainly feeding in the red ones is going to be worthwhile. So way I could put some in there. Fill in that belt. Kind of. Fit any more there? 32 I can't fit in. Just carry them around, deliver them next time I come and get more. I'll take one more and we'll get started. It's not really enough still. Just have to leave the rest as ghosts and fill them in. No big deal. Let's get back to the depot. We want to unload, I guess at the top, we'll unload the nuclear fuel cells. Then we need to take away the empty nuclear fuel cells, which I guess we'll do at the bottom. Why not? There's a certain logic to that. So we're unloading here. And that'll come out the other end. We'll need our usual little balancer and stuff. I can just grab that much. We don't have the loaders, so if I set the filter on here to be uranium fuel cell, copy paste that, it'll have the filter, then I can remove it from there. That'll be okay. Change the filters on this to be the same, the glowing fuel cell, the one ready to use. Can copy paste that all the way down. And then join them right or left, doesn't really matter. It can be a mess either way. I think we're just going to run a straight line all the way down and pull off for every train, or we could pull two lines out of here and send one to the right and one to the left. That I kind of prefer the idea of. Send it left bound. So yeah, we'll do that. So that'll be there. We'll have two lines there. Need to be pushing left the whole way back. Should be fine. Joined like that. Copy that all the way back. Oops. That's the last one. So this, yeah. One line into there, pushes it out. Becomes two lines of the second one, and so on. Should be good. One of them's just going to turn around and go to the right, and the other one's going to go to the left. So I guess we'll feed in where we did before, bring it in line with the station and down. I had in my mind to begin with just running it down the middle and splitting off 20 times, but I think this might be better. Kind of how it was before. Let's run with that for now. So this will come over. I'll run out of belt in a second. Yep, grab this extras from there. So trains are there. How can we do this nice and simple? Put them in there and out there. Change the filters. The ones unloading, we don't want to unload the full fuel cell. Put it in just to take it out again. So specifically set the filter to just take the used up ones. Send them that way. Or not. Maybe not. If we send them this way, we could join them in all in the middle and one line, but I think kind of a mirror of the top would be better. So yeah, send them to the right. Have this coming down somehow. Splitting off, going under. Sure. If it goes under that far, then that can come down, and at the next one a splitter will fit in there, so that seems good at the moment. Join that. So that splits there. They unload, we could move them over, but I don't know, this kind of works. You know, don't mess with it. Copy that much to there. So that is the new ones. They go under, they go there, they split off for this guy, and then they go under again. And that needs to go under as well now. To there. Put the splitter in and feed that there. Good. So they'll join. The moment they're all going to be on the left side of that belt. Does that matter? Probably not, but just for the sake of it, let's alternate them. Let's put those on the near. Should be fine. Then I should be able to copy a bit more. Like that. That should paste in on every level. I think. Looks okay. Looks good, actually. Take that all the way down. We won't be spreading the fuel line in evenly, but I doubt that's going to matter. Like, half go to the first station, and then half carry on down, which very much not even, but yeah, like I say, I doubt it matters. Here's the last, so that is unnecessary, and that splitter can just take the whole line in for the last station, but that needs to come out and join. It's the line in, okay, so bring that down, go under that line, and then just, this line will go down. We're going to have something similar to this, but different. 2 lines to split into 8. Might have to work that out. We'll leave that on the right hand side, and we'll work that out when we've got the other side done. So can I copy what I had before just to make things a bit simpler? Possibly. Flip it. Yes. That section is flippable for whatever reason. And that should fit there. So new one's coming in from the top, so we don't need that for the first one. Or that. New ones come in and split off. Old ones join there. Good. So this is got to go under that line where the trains come in. Up we go. And where are we coming across? Coming across there. Run that over now. Might as well. Now we can set up a station to request them, but we're not actually making the fuel cells yet. We'll do that soon, and we'll, you know, manually kickstart some to get the trains running again. That'll be fine. Don't know what they stack in though. I assume quite a low number. I mean, let's just go with 1600 for now. If they come in stacks of 10, and if it's different, we'll come change that number. It's fine. At least, you know, when things are running, things will start moving if they're ready to. Should have pasted a couple more times. Never mind. Let's copy again. That much. Flip it. And that'll go there. Yep. Paste that in all the way down. Then we'll let the robots build it all. Looks good. Not changed the stations, they're still the same. We've got rid of this convention where we had the name on the end, so this should just be M50 West. So I'm going to change that actually. As we go, we need to change the ones in the east. I can do that satellite mode. You can do it from the map actually. Can change the name. Not sure if I can copy paste from map mode. Give it a go. Just out of interest. Copy paste. No. Copy paste. Yes. Sorry. I just can't really click in the right spot because of the name. That's fine. There and there. They're all M50 west. They're all M50 east. Good, that's preferred. Last station doesn't need that. So there we go. The feeds in, the feeds out are okay on this side, and this will need to come down and across. Okay. So I guess at the top we went to the left, so we'll come from the right. It's something of a mirror here. So we need to do the splitting off like usual. Back there. No, one down. And a loader will live one to the left. There. And there. Annoying to do in ghost mode, but there we go. I'll get used to it just in time to have enough that we don't need to be doing this. Okay, that much. I'll line it up right. So that'll go in there. Splitting there, splitting there. Yep, that looks right. Then there, and then we'll again just have one everywhere to begin with. We get things up and running properly, we can expand again if we remember everywhere that's short. 2 lines are going to come in, and they can just feed into them, that's fine. So one's going to be coming from that side and one from this side. Come over and grab this one. There's good, and then there, right, I think. Yep, that's all good. Other than the missing loaders. And the trains themselves, I guess. We don't necessarily want to get things moving on those production lines, but do want to go grab the trains. Around here somewhere, right? Or is it the next square up? It is in this square somewhere. There's wagons. So there's trains. Why don't I restrict this, then it won't move. 20 of them? No, 40 of them. 20 trains, 2 locomotives each. Should work. Grab them wagons too to rebuild. Not sure I'm actually going to be able to tell the difference. I wasn't watching the old trains enough to notice how quick they really were, so these are supposed to be faster, I assume. Hopefully, I guess if the system works well, I won't notice. That's the ideal. We are also going to want the equipment from the train grids, which I didn't think about. We are making them, so I can just go grab new ones. But if they were in the old trains, where are they now? Did I accidentally destroy them by they're still in the train? I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Build these ones in first of all while we're doing that. There. We get this all right, it makes it something we can copy paste into the other squares. So get one right, even though we don't have the fuel source yet. Sort out the fuel source, then we'll copy paste the depot out. Hopefully it'll be simple enough. Although yeah, we're gonna, without the trains running, we're gonna have to manually deliver the ingredients to make the fuel. Which is fine, can do that. Bring some fuel over, get a couple of trains moving, and then they'll get the fuel over for the rest, hopefully. Bit of a go slow again with the base not operating as it should be. There we go, like I say, we'll live with that. We'll push through it, and then hopefully everything will be really good afterwards. So that train... Yeah, okay. How am I going to do this? Pull them all out. Put back in the empty ones. And now I'm going to know which are full or empty. I'm going to have to do them all at the same time. Interesting train. It's 10 locomotives long and has no wagons. Okay, let's grab them out. Pick it up, and then we know which ones I've done. That's a good way of doing it. Nice if there was a faster way of doing it. It's kind of irrelevant, I guess. We could just go get new ones. We made them. Don't know, it kind of feels wasteful. We want exactly the same thing in each one, so... Well, I assume we do. That's another potential issue. If the trains move too fast, then the Tesla coils won't recharge them fast enough. I do happen to know when we upgrade these additional electric engine units to the next tier, the one that's going to drain more power to get even more acceleration, the Tesla coils aren't enough to charge the amount that they use to move the distance, because they are more power hungry. So we'll have to change how we power the trains at that point. It could be as simple as just putting some extra Tesla coils in, maybe in the depots, and the bigger batteries. And that could be okay, depending on how much they move and how much they don't. Or we might need a different, power generating source inside. Inventory's full, isn't it? So let's dump the ones I've done. Let's keep some of them in there. That one is done. I don't know if we'll necessarily bother. There's no need to upgrade to the next additional engine tier. Then we'll see how it goes. Might be close enough to unlocking like some other thing that makes them redundant, or what have you. No idea. Definitely a while before we unlock them, so not too worried about it at the moment. There'll be many more to do now. A few more. Okay. Don't think I have the inventory space to do all. I have to go put some of this gear into the new trains first. Be close, but I think we might just have enough space. 3 more to do. Should be fine. Okay. So it's the same number of locomotives. We should have enough to fill all of these in. Put that in, take that one out. Put in the battery and the charging thing. And don't forget to do the second locomotive each time. Again, would be nice if you could copy paste this somehow or blueprint it. Get the robots to put this equipment in. Maybe there's a mod or something that does that. Probably is. But I don't have it, so we'll have to live with the slow way. It is worth it though, I think. Acceleration speed's the key when we've got so many roundabouts and stuff like that, so pretty sure the boost they get from all these extra engines is worth it. Did I do that? No. First train. Second one. There we go. Now we can move on. No, got it again. Doesn't look like I've got enough engine units. Oh, I've got some in the trash storage, haven't I? That's why. Confusing myself. Did I do that one? Yes. That one in there, that one in there. And I've got 20 left. That makes sense, as there are 20 locomotives on the other side. So that side done. They're ready to move once we get some fuel here. Hopefully, if everything's good. These sorted out as well. We've got another 3 depots with 20 trains each to do. I might look for a mod that does this. What was that? So that one done, that one's not. Okay, this train is halfway. That one, okay. Try not to go crazy. Almost there though, that's the last bit. So yeah, we'll get to making the fuel cells themselves. I guess we'll just do that next to where we're getting the uranium would be my first thought. Keeps that journey time down, not that it's necessary, but also keeps it easy to find. One more train. Good, it's got the right number of stuff at the end, so I haven't missed anything. I've got it wrong. There we go. Okay, they're all ready. This station in the south needs changing though. Got that. That's no longer a requester, it's going to become a provider. 2 trains probably unnecessary. In fact, it's going to become a provider with a minimum 1,000 unit before anyone comes. Change that to 1 train. I don't think there's going to be much movement here at all, so let's really, you know, not waste time with it like we do with the empty barrels. Have a minimum before they come to get them. Train comes every time there's 1 empty fuel cell to get. It's a waste of the fuel on that journey. Good. Let us grab any loaders that are ready. See how many are ready. Potentially feed some more copper into that. And yeah, move on to the next thing. I kind of want to get rid of that fuel actually, don't I? Somehow. Or at least begin getting rid of it. Nothing's moving here, which is concerning. 35 of them. We're missing big electric motor. Which is missing small electric motor, which is missing copper. Let's grab a bit more. Although, I don't know. 35 is something. Doubt it's enough to make any movement. All good. Leave that in there. Make a few more while we get to work on other stuff. I need some stuff before we go. Let's get another stack of warehouses. We're going to have everything delivered into the same spot probably, so 1 in 1 out, so that should be enough. Don't have enough combinators, need to get them. Probably not enough belt actually. Let's get some splitters from here, not many more. Belt from here. Luckily doesn't use any copper, so that's not going to disturb things at all. Let's get a bunch. Splitters are there underground. Don't know if that uses any copper. Don't think it does. Grab some of that. Rest of stuff should be fine. Just grab those combinators from down here, I think. Like in a row, there they are. Let's get another stack of them as well. Get two just to be safe, not sure. Should have enough constant ones, just enough. Got a few more poles than we really need to have. Got some crushers on me. Got a box of poles here. I need them. Let's put some in here. That's fine. And then the actual machines to do the work, which let's plan that out. We're going to go to, let's say K45. There's like nothing of value in that. Seems as good as any to use. Guess we could use any of the ones around here. We'll find uses for the others. Let's go with K45. I swear I had the number somewhere, but I guess I deleted it. Like a rough number of what we were vaguely aiming to make. This was... no idea. There, uranium fuel cell. 150 rings a bell, but I might be wrong. That would take 300. We're only making 58, so it definitely wasn't that many. 30 would be slightly too much, and would only need 4 machines. Okay, interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, we're gonna have a whole rail square that just needs 4 machines in it, like with 2 delivery points and all the buffer space involved. I mean, yeah. Do we think all of our trains are going to use more than 30 a minute? I mean, we can't even do 30 a minute unless we get another uranium plugged in, which we might do. We might plug another uranium source in. So why don't we go with bigger? 4 is a nice round number, so we'll go with that. The steel needs splitting, so there'll be a machine doing that. And that's it. So yeah, 5 machines. It's very tempting to just have the steel delivered in to where we split the uranium and make them in here instead. So instead of sending out the 2 types, we just send out the fuel cell and then get some uranium from somewhere else for the other uses. But the problem is the uranium 238, whichever one it is needed in other stuff. So we need that to be available as well as the fuel cells. So it kind of does make sense to do it separately. It's just, we're going to set up 2 train stations just for 5 machines, and then it's going to take a hell of a long time to fill in the buffers and stuff. You know, it'll do it. I mean, why not? We've not really got another good uranium source, which continues to bother me. Maybe we'll find one. Maybe we'll connect up another planet with some uranium and just grab it from there and then process it in the future, perhaps. So yeah, let's go for it like this. That's fine. That does mean I need 5 machines. I've got 28 on me, so that'll be fine. Okay. Let's head all the way down there and set that up. On the way past, I'm just going to set up a couple of crushers to empty out the warehouses of dumped stuff I put here. Which would be nice to have loaders to do that. Never mind. Don't want to waste them. We shall insert. We're going to have some inserters, so we need one that can feed the inserter parts back to then be recrushed. And that'll be fine. That'll take a long time, but we can start. I want that obviously out of the way before we copy paste this square, because we don't want to include that. But we start getting rid of some of it, and then whatever's left I can move up somewhere else to get rid of it. That's fine. Sad to see this not running. Will be soon. keep telling myself. Okay, this is the one. This is the one. We're not going to use any of this stuff, so I guess we're just going to use north and west. Well, I mean, any two, really. West and south? Sure, west and south. And then we can have north and east do something else in the future. If we find something else that only needs for 2 stations, which does happen, you know, quite often. To unload here, can I... We're unloading 3 things? The 2... I've got the numbers the wrong way around. The 238, the 235 and the steel. Thinking about it, should we double this? I know that is going to create throughput issues while we don't have enough. But if we... I mean, that's a bad spot as well. But if we can get another one at some point, even a little bit more, we'd need a lot more. This is 152 machines. We'd need more than that again. It's definitely going to be expandable. Don't need to worry about it. We'll build this for now, and if the trains end up using more than 30 a minute, which I doubt, but it could happen. If they do, then we'll be able to just come back here and make it bigger probably without any issue. I mean, the belts we're going to build can carry 9 times more than what we're putting on now, so I can't see there being an issue. We'll live. I wanted one where we're unloading 3 things on single lines already. That is 3 things on single lines. Perfect. Grab all that. Where am I? Down here. So I want to flip and rotate so they're pointing down. Kind of. Yeah, just it moves a bit of the wiring and stuff. Also, the poles are in the wrong place, which messes up a lot of it. That's not really worth copy-pasting. I think we probably end up just doing it fresh. Unless we've got one the other way round. So a north one that's pointing left would work. That's unloading too much. Most places have either more than 3 or less than 3. Not there, not there. Here is a north one pointing left with 3 things being unloaded. I can copy that much without making a mess. That should go in better, yeah. Give it a go. We just need to add the wiring to down here because I didn't get to copy. Wind the red in, and then a little green there. That's all good. Let the robots build it, but don't build that many loaders. Try and keep 4 on each to begin with. There's quite a lot to unload here, so more would be better. I doubt we have them. We do not. Okay. 2 on each then. It's something. As long as I can unload the train in 2 minutes, it'll be okay. I won't leave with things left over. But we haven't got enough loaders to do that edge, which is a problem. We're going to make some more, so maybe we'll be able to do it. So the 3 things coming out here, let's say the first one's going to be copper ingots, steel ingots. Then uranium 238. And uranium 235. right? Am I crazy? That's correct. That's how it works. Copy that lot over. Good. Yep, all good. Down here we need a machine. Could go there. Loaders would be best, so we'll need some more for that. That's going to just split the ingots into steel. And then 4 machines. To the right, or... yeah. It's easier to scale it if it comes down, really. But then it's harder to grab all the bits. They can share about now, just thinking in the future they might not be able to, but then in the future we can split them or whatever. Say they were there. Let's move this back one. Yep, that's fine. Join these together at some point. Somehow. Neatly. It's going to run there, so... like that. That's fine. Kind of. Run that down there instead, and then short one and a long one. Should get everything in. How fast is this recipe? 10 seconds. 1 steel, so that's fine. And then 3 grabs. Yeah, that's... these inserters are plenty fast enough for what's needed there. Other side. Do we alternate them? Probably. Why not? Definitely don't need to, but there we go. So run that down. So yeah, if we do want to like double it in the future, we can just grab that and paste it there and it'll double it. And we can do that a few times if needs be. Can't remember how to line that up, so let's start over here. And this is going to be very simple station, like we have in many other places. All of that. And that, hopefully. Just going to need to rename the train station because I've copied that. This should be K45 South. Change that back, K45, there we go. We do not have any loaders, so we'll just trim them back to the minimum and deal with that shortly. Didn't want to take that away. There we go, that's all there. Get that pole put in. This should say, do we want to limit the trains? Not necessarily. We could have 2 here, I think. It's very slow, so trying to take too much could be an issue. Let's say 1, just for my mind. And if it's all cool, we can up it later, like if we need to, if there's any reason. Then yes, a provider on network 1, that's right. Which does remind me, the depot's southern station should be on network 2. If I can find it in this map mode. There. That it should be on network 2 because the receiving end of those is on network 2 at the moment. I don't think it needs to be, but it is, so. Here's the belt joined up. Did not need as much as I grabbed, that's fine. We're good. So that should be functional. Let's set this station up then, even though nothing can come over at the moment. 2 trains here because there's multiple things to be unloaded. It's requester, it's on network 1 and is requesting 8,000 steel ingot. And what are these stacked in? I can see in here, can I? Hundreds and hundreds? Okay. So 16,000 of each uranium type. 16,000 of the glowing one is unlikely to be available for a while. Which reminds me, while we're down here. So yeah, that's ready for the time being. Oh, someone's actually made it out. That's cool. Made it past the buffer. So yeah, the issue is the glowing one is not making it down to the end machines. They're not doing the enrichment because the belt can't carry enough because it's splitting it in half here. So we need to not split it in half. We need to have 2 shared belts starting earlier. So I'm just going to cut all of that. We need to split both of these. So if we did that and split, that's not very neat. Neither's that. Don't think I can do it neatly. It's annoying. Oh, unless we split there. Let's bring that down. Send them together and then them together. That one to there and that one to there. Perfect. So now the splitter is turning this full into 2 halves, which are becoming 2 halves anyway. So they'll be much higher density, should hopefully make it to the end of the run. Feed them back in. No, I can't because that's backed all the way up. We need more loaders. I can, though, feed that into one of these. There we go. That tidies that up. Hey, that's quite a lot actually has escaped after the buffer. We're not bad. That's going to make some fuel when we can get this running. So I'm going to go grab some steel ingots and whatever loaders are ready. Might be enough to get some of this moving. Long flight just to get a little bit of steel to make a few fuel cells, to get a couple of trains moving, to yeah, so on and so on. Be good though. And once we're happy that's all self-feeding, and when the only thing missing is loaders, we can get to making more fuel, more oil, for all the petrochem that's a bit short. Actually flying over the power generation then makes me think we do need to make more power as well very soon. Okay, there we go. That's the full length of the belt. The bottom leftmost square to the top rightmost square. And we do have a bunk here. Let's just grab... that'll do us for a long time. Should be good. But I'll put them in there while I look for loaders. Doesn't look good. 16 of them. It's not enough to do much. I mean, maybe I've underestimated that. I mean, the reason that we're not able to get enough copper to make enough rocket parts could be we are taking far too much to make loaders. I mean, if we're making all of that, that's 1,000 ingots. That's a hell of a lot. Loaders are, yeah, in this one. Using 1.2 thousand copper ingots a minute. Yeah, that'll break it. Based on the, like, quick, simple math that I've done, we only have, like, I think somewhere around 500 a minute spare. Which is a problem. But once that chest of loaders is full and the buffer's all good, then it'll work. Until I need loaders again. It's really not good, is it? Anyhow, I want a bunch of this, so let's start loading them in. Not ideal. Only 5 left. Start loading some of these in then. We're not making any more. Gonna have to start, or continue, stripping them out of other places. We did that already in some places, but you know, there we go. We dump a steel in. That should start splitting. Can't. Feed some in there manually then. Temporarily put an inserter to make it happen. Just yeah, to make it happen. Grab a bunch of that into there. Go get all of the glowing stuff. Sand here as well, might as well feed it in, that's where it needs to go. Could have freed some stuff up by putting that there, actually, thinking about it. Just dump that there. Making this flow again, which should let the initial processing free up because it, you know, backed up because this warehouse was full. Which, yeah, it's flowing again a little bit. We're not crushing the iron quick enough. Well, that's just because it's backed up, I guess. There's a lot of iron backed up there. When it's flowing, that should be fine. Yeah. What's this one for? Oh, it's for, yeah, the stuff that comes out of reworking. That's fine. So every now and then a glowing one is being fed in from this side too, which will get us back up to that buffer, hopefully. They're all running? They're all running. Okay, that's good. It's good. Looks great at night, glowing bright green. We could run more lines over this way, actually. Just running one out of that warehouse could run more to help in situations where things are backing up. Still, so that's all good. We're making some fuel cells. Not many, but it's something. Scoop up what we've got. How many is that? 14. I do think they last a while, so even just giving one to each train could help get things moving properly. But until we've got loaders in the right place, things aren't going to move properly. It's a bit of an issue. I'm going to need to throw more copper in to make some more. Let's take up the 42 fuel cells I've got, get things moving. Get some things moving. Couple of trains maybe. Still some copper left in those. The mall on the left, wasn't there? So could take that. There's still, of course, the option to change how we get copper, and I do think it will be necessary because of the amount we're potentially consuming. Either to use delivery cannons to move stuff back and forth, as they have less of a copper investment, if I remember. I mean, I know they do. I can't remember what they need in particular. There they are, delivery capsules. So do still need to make copper cable and low density structure, explosives and heat shielding, those things. You know, the last time we did it a particular way. We could do it in a different way. Might make it more interesting to me. We'll see. Or we just make copper plating and change our system so some places don't request the ingots. 3 cells in each. Might last a while. Don't really know. It makes a few available. Says no trains are available, so I'm missing something. Oh, they need to be switched on. Of course. There's all the backlogged instructions. Mostly it's going to be, yeah, getting Petrochem moving because that can. Not ideal use of time. There we go. They're up and moving. Let's get some more loaders being made. And try and use them to get fuel cells into the proper motion. One thing I do want to check actually, I know we need iron ingots. Like, that is a known thing. Do we need copper ingots specifically? No. They're only used to make copper plates. Okay, what about steel? Just a thought I'm having. They're only used to make steel plates, although the added efficiency for the steel is very nice. So maybe that is worth keeping. The iron ingots are needed in the production science pack, yeah, which I hate. So we have to have some iron ingots, but we could move back and not use pyroflux. Just like connect up more sources, switch everything back to plate. Might lead to some limitations where we just want more than we can get through plate. And the efficiency and the density of using ingots has obvious advantages, but it's not necessary, I don't think. Might use ingots just to send things to orbit, and then around the base we use plate. We can relatively easily switch everything back, just use enrichment to make more of everything and connect up more patches of ore. Steel, it's tempting to keep on the pyroflux. I mean, over here where we used to have the uranium, which I pulled out, you know, between sessions, I pulled out the old uranium from that small patch. It's a nice patch of copper here. Could just connect that up, change the loaders so that they don't use ingots, and then the ingots will go towards making the rocket parts instead. So that's like one way to avoid setting up the production of delivery cannon capsules, the transportation of delivery cannon capsule materials to other planets, and the stuff there. You know, both are very much doable. I guess I don't really know which. We don't have to decide right now. We're not going to be doing it today, but at some point I'll have to decide which of those we're going to do, because I am not confident we can get this feeding itself. The amount of copper used to make rocket parts is just too much for the amount of vulcanite you get back per rocket, which is a shame, but is what it is. Grab what it is left here. Could disable requesting it here actually, just to help things move, but I don't really want to. Yes, actually that says a lot. I want the ingots, so it would be delivery cannons that are the answer. There we go. I've unloaded some. That's flowing, getting split down. That's going to make a few more loaders for us. At the moment, we're just moving empty barrels and I guess replacing them. It's going to take some time. Oh no, they are moving stuff down here, or trying to. Where they can. It's not going to... The trains come to get it because it says it can, but there's no loaders there, so it actually can't. Why don't I start ripping them out of places? Let's make it happen. We'll just have to do like a big tour of the whole base to replace them when we've got a bunch. Let's take the big chunks out of each of these. And yeah. Find a way to replace everything in the future. Which, yeah, still, we can do it. Probably worth it. There's 100 already, you know. Let them robots come back. I'll do by square, so we've taken some out of this square. Let's take more out of this square. Shouldn't be many deliveries here anyway. It's only for the loaders. Which are kind of resource hungry, I suppose. That's all good. I don't know, maybe we'll discover we don't actually need that many loaders on each station. Switching everything off and back on has synchronized a lot of it. We get all these messages at once now rather than spread out like they used to be. Makes it a bit obvious how bad things are. I don't want to scoop them, they've got stuff on them, so don't want to make too much of a mess. Got 192, that's got to be enough to do something. Let's head down. How's my fuel? Pretty low, okay. I'm going to want a bigger inventory soon so I can carry more jetpack fuel for these extremely long journeys we're taking. Although it's potentially worth swapping the jetpack out and getting exoskeletons instead, because running on this surface is faster. Potentially. Interesting. Can we make any exoskeletons? Just the first one. 20% bonus speed. Would be close. For which is better. Oh, they're making the journey as well. Okay, yep, let's put some in everywhere. Then if we got more available, we can expand. They got built in, one missing there, a few there, okay. It's all good. The steel got delivered a bit. And actually what I fed in is still kind of sat here a little bit, so that's not so bad. Take that away because it's done the job. There we go. Loaders are in. Aki, hello. How nice to see you again. Hope you're well. How am I doing? I'm pretty good. Doing well in general. You know, nothing particular to complain about at the moment, so doing pretty good. Hope you are doing well. Having a good day and good week and all that. All loaded in, yep. So at least one of everything. There's no glowing uranium down here anymore, which concerns me. I guess changing the belt has made more in the system, so we're not up to the buffer yet. That's annoying. But we should get there soon. You're good. Busy but good. Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, sometimes busy is a positive thing. At least you're not getting too bored, I hope. And hopefully it's not too overwhelming, the busyness. Man, that's kind of backing up. That's interesting. None of the inserters are stuck, so it's okay, but it's interesting. How's the channel going? It's always hard to know, really. This month has been good in general. Better than the past two. So, January was like the month we got affiliate. So that was quite a big one. Then February and March, things just went kind of like downhill pretty fast. This month they've gone back up to be similar to January. And over on YouTube, things just keep growing bigger and bigger. They've not slowed down at all. Not quickly, just bigger and bigger. Not so many like people clicking sub, but the views and the watch time keeps going up. So that's all pretty good. But the numbers are still, we've talked before, like they're not big enough that I can keep doing this like this. I can keep doing this, but in a different way, probably. I will need another source of income, because while it's not about the money or whatever, I need to pay bills and stuff, and that's not going to happen in the next couple of months. You know, if things continue to grow at this speed, they'd need to grow faster, and they're just not. I'm not unhappy with how things are. I'm quite happy, actually. The numbers all look nice, and I'm very positive about it. It just, I need to get a job that pays, you know. And I would like to do that at the same time as continuing to do this, which is complicated. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, or if it's even possible, but I would like to try. It might just mean I have to do, you know, fewer streams in a week, or you know, stop working on YouTube ideas and just do streams at times that are different. I don't know. We'll see what's available. If I can get a part-time job that pays well, then it won't really matter. but it's difficult to get a full-time job that pays well. A part-time one paying well is pretty much impossible, I think. Okay, what are we missing now? It's not great. I've not put enough loaders everywhere, but I've put some loaders everywhere. So everything can feed. We can now feed fuel to all of the trains and take the empty ones away when that happens. Nope. We're missing some loaders to unload the fuel. That's what we need to do next. Yeah. Though, who knows, you know? Maybe in 5 minutes' time we're going to get raided by 1,000 people and they're all going to hang around. Internet is just so random. Things could just suddenly be very different, or you know, next month could be quiet like March was. Don't know. You know, and in that case, I would have to change more dramatically. Burned a lot of economy this month. Burned a lot of economy. What do you mean, Aki? You mean like in real life, have I spent a lot of money, or? Because no, it's no different. Yeah, no. I'm pretty much living like I did when I was a student, which I don't really mind. It would be, obviously, it would be nice to have money and to be able to spend it and to buy luxuries and yeah, Coca-Cola and pizza. No, I have own label supermarket cola. And the same, you know, I'm spending, I've reduced the sizes of everything, you know, so instead of eating a lot, I'm eating a smaller amount every day, which is healthier as well. I was eating too much before, so it's been a healthy move still. I'm still getting high quality meat from the supplier I like, but I'm getting less of it, so each meal has a smaller amount. And it's kind of okay. Just, yeah, you know, it's the luxuries. I can't afford to have anything until something changes, and that isn't great for me, you know. But I knew that when I went in. That's a sacrifice I made. That's good. First train is well fueled. Can we see? So they hold 50 cells and then they stop loading. Interesting. Cool as well. Very cool. Oh, they all need switching on, don't they? How many have I done already? That one's good. That one's good. One of them's out. These guys haven't got any fuel yet, but I can switch them on anyway. I'll start moving when the fuel eventually reaches them, which hopefully it should just do now. From the looks of it, that's all good. Interesting to see one of the trains that has moved and whether... I feel like I've missed one here, but... just have to check them all again. Same Factorio save as before? It is, yeah. We keep going. Still just as much torture as before as well. It's not too bad. I'm coming to understand a bit more about the kind of pacing of it. It's slow, you know, very, very slow. But we've done a lot, and it's starting to kind of look like a lot as well, in some ways. But we've got, I mean, we've just now, we are successfully, I'd say at this point, upgraded to the nuclear-powered trains. So nuclear locomotives with nuclear fuel, which is good. That's going to be faster moving, going to get stuff around the place quicker, which lets us grow more, of course. We've converted all of our smelting to use the vulcanite stuff. So this is another planet, a new one we've settled on more recently. We've connected up big mining sources of the vulcanite rock and rocket systems to get it home, but they're not working very well. So we tried out the guns to shoot stuff around. I didn't really like it, but it looks like you have to use them because they're cheaper. but we're trying at the moment to get the rockets working. They're just not doing great. It's a rocketry system there. And then here we've got like the enrichment of the vulcanite, creating the blocks that are used in our big old smelting grids. Like this is steel. So it casts all the steel plates over here, which, what was that again? Like over 1,000 casting machines there to make our steel. Just like crazy to build. Fun and interesting to build all this giant stuff, but it's yeah, absolutely crazy numbers and stuff. But the mall is here. Various other production lines, so sulfur and plastic, have been upgraded, scaled up to match. We do need more oil for them though. The ones that don't have the floor haven't been done yet, so we still need to do rare metals need to have the pyroflux added to improve that. Commander, hello! Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, lovely to see you. And raiders, lovely to see you too. Hope you've had a good one. What are we up to? Oh, Minecraft! You're on the SkyPcraft server. Very nice. Hello Ash, hello Sunburn, lovely to see you. Hope everyone's well, hope you had a good one. Fun time. We're doing the usual crazy Factorio today. You are more than welcome to come chill with us while I melt my brain with confusing numbers and maths and just a base that's growing well beyond what I can control. Some art and then some Minecraft. Sounds good. Sounds very chill. How's the Factorio going? Many things are very broken. And while I'm confident I can fix them, I know it's going to take a long time. So step by step, we're doing okay. We're going to get there. But it's going to take a while. We keep getting close to fixing one thing, only to discover that fixing it has broken something else, which is, yeah, there you go. Could do with just automating the whole thing. Yeah. Be nice. Sounds like a challenge. We're playing with a combination of mods that are designed to add a huge amount of complexity. We've had, people who've played it before have come in and said it's taken them maybe 700, 800 hours to win. Not even to see everything, just to win. We're 215 hours in now, and I still haven't even seen how you win, so not so sure about that. But it's all good. Today we're working on some nuclear power related stuff, some nuclear trains, which we've pretty much sorted out, I think. Still a few things to just keep an eye on. Then we need to kind of expand our train depot system, put in some extra depots for the trains to sleep in. When that's done, we need to work on just refining more crude oil to get petrochemical based stuff scaled up. Not sure how much we're going to get done today, but those are the general things to work on if we don't get distracted by other stuff that is broken, which is pretty likely. As long as you're having fun. I am, in general. Hard to describe, I guess, but it's like in the moment, in the specific situation, it can be extremely frustrating. But the overall, when you look at what we've built and what we've gone through to get to this point, it's rewarding, and that is fun and enjoyable. So there's positivity to be had from it. We appear to have a problem here. This train is not moving, even though it can. It's not moving because one of these trains has reserved... Yeah, this one's reserved the route, but it doesn't have fuel. And this guy doesn't really have enough to steal. Nor does that guy. Okay. Does anyone here have a lot of fuel? Yes. You've got enough that I can steal it. And this train that really, really wants to move. Can have that. That should let that guy move. Good. Okay, it's movement. Okay, what else have been playing these days? We started playing a bunch of RimWorld. Not sure if you caught the start of that. That's been like on the other days, the days we're not doing Factorio, we're doing RimWorld, which has been actually really fun. Really fun. Not playing it in too difficult of a difficulty, so it's quite a chill time as well. Oh, good. How are we here? That's flowing. That's flowing. Good. That is still not reached the buffer. Okay. So we're still not getting any of that. But I kind of hand-fed enough for it to still be working. Okay. He's picking up another 150 odd fuel cells. Something. Thinking of retrying Satisfactory. I think it's still too soon. One day I will definitely be playing it, but I still feel like they need to do a few more updates before I'll not just immediately get very frustrated with them for not finishing their game. Okay, so we've emptied the warehouse on this side. Well, not emptied. There's 25,000 there. How much is here? 13. Oh. No, that's right. We got the right number. Did we get the right number? 16,000. That's what I asked for. Which is... train has 40 slots, 8 wagons, and there's 100 in a stack. 32,000 is a train load. Yeah, so it's kind of all good. We just must have used a bunch up. But okay. It's not asking for more. It's emptied this warehouse, which is a problem because this one needs to fill up a bit before we can do any more enrichment. And that's... we need the enrichment to get the glowy stuff. It's okay, it's just going to be slow. It's going to self-feed. It's just going to be slow. The guys who don't have fuel yet are going to cause trouble. So I'm going to disable them. We're only on the eastern edge that are short of fuel. I should disable them too. So they don't try and move like that one just did. Get everyone stuck. That's still not got enough. What? When it was set to automatic, it didn't load fuel in the second one. When I set it to manual, it did. Not sure I understand what happened there. But if they're not warning me about short fuel, then they're fine. So those three at the bottom just need to wait. Ones at the top have spare fuel. That's good. How are we doing here? That's empty. Very good. That is nowhere near empty. Let me throw my inventory in there, except my jetpack fuel. Take as much of this as I can out of here. Dump it here. And that can start getting rid of it. Once we've cleared that out, we can start laying the new depot layouts everywhere. I'll be a bit early if we've not got enough enough fuel for everyone. We'll live. We can just build them and disable the requests, that's fine. Keep dumping that. One more trip, hopefully. Where are we? We're doing fine. Still progressing. It would be good to kickstart the copper today, but I don't think we will. Yeah, there's that done. Oops. We'll come back and sort that out in a second. Satisfactory mention. How is your run going, Mondo? You started a new one. Don't know how far you've got. There, that's tidied up. Good. One thing. Grab all that. Okay. Can't see us kick-starting the copper unless we make some copper plate or switch over to the cannons now. And I'd rather finish what we're halfway through and then switch over to the cannons. Got a bunch of empty squares down here that we can make cannon stuff in and try and get that to work. So long distance for some stuff. It should be okay. It'd be nice to see some of these trains in motion actually and see how fast they are. Have another race. I mean, that looked pretty fast as he was going past there. Still, we know this square, we're going to miss out on that oil, which is a shame, but this is going to be a depot. So we're going to remove a whole bunch of it. Can't remember what though. Let's have a quick look. Uncle Wen, thank you very much for following. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Thank you. Mondo got to coal energy, so you can start designing stuff without, yeah, manually feeding the power. Yeah. It's kind of a changing point, I guess. Just feed itself. That's cool. That's cool. Good point to be at. So the north and the south are the same. They're like regular stations. But the east and the west, the actual rail changes. So we kind of want to just pull out the east and west lines in the square here, like completely. Yes. Down to there, let's say. That patch of water is probably going to need filling in. Check that in a second. Forgotten how much I pulled. Like there. All the way up to there. Let's say yes. At this point you can probably speedrun to phase 3. Okay. Cannot remember the phases. Are there 8? Or have they added more? They probably added more since I last saw. These have the patches of water, so they're safe. That's all good. We don't need to move that. And we should be able to just copy the entire lot. Probably going to make a right mess, but I'll give it a go. Yep, to there. I'm not confident on this. That lines up. There are various power poles in the way, so we will have to make some adjustments. But it should be fine. Some of it. I mean, let's try that. And we'll go down there and see what happens. I'm going to need some spare bits of rail just to adjust, and all the rail related stuff, so let's grab some of that. 4 phases, 8 tiers, I see. Phases of space elevator that unlock tiers of factory buildings. I didn't really play enough to know the progression, I guess is what you'd call that. Like to remember it or anything. Which is, you know, I should play more, but I just don't think we're ready. Don't think the game is at a point where I can enjoy it as an enclosed experience. Though I say that, and this is, you know, space exploration is in beta, and probably will be forever. There's rail. It was around here somewhere. Let's grab a bit spare of that. Stations I won't need, but a few spare signals wouldn't hurt, just in case we need extra. I'm not going to put the trains in yet. I'm not actually going to use the depot yet, because we just don't have the fuel for them yet. Need some time to build up. So that should be enough to just go rearrange what's down there, right? We'll find out. Oh, what we could do with, because I did notice, if I can just get a bit of sulfur, which is 1 square up, I can make the little name labels for the corners. That should be enough. 400 plates, yeah, that's more than enough. Let's head down there and give it a go. See what we get stuck at. What's the other place in like RimWorld that has a more palpable sense of progression and some challenge? Yeah. Yeah, Satisfactory's very sandboxy, very open. Your progression, technology-wise, exists obviously, but yeah, there's no win condition at all. I'm not sure it needs one, but there isn't like anything. I can understand that being an issue. Just going to disable this when they build it in. There we go. Kind of other games that achieve nothing and only make numbers go up. Yeah. I don't know, there's satisfaction to be had in creating a factory that works and looks nice and all that stuff. I think it's, from what everyone says, it's a big grind, and if the payoff isn't quite right, then it's a long time to spend on not getting the satisfaction you're after. Right, try Stranded Alien Dawn. Rings a bell, but can't remember it. Probably have seen it on Steam, I guess, but probably added it to my ignore list. There we go. Depot. Nice. Don't know what I'll... Ooh. It's added signals in, which it should. The depot should have signals there, because this is not a bypass. And I did need more stations. I'm an idiot. That's fine. We'll go and get some more stations at some point. Didn't think the depot has more stations than a regular square does. You love the building and how it comes together, but getting there is tedious. Yeah, tedious is not good. Not as much stuff as you like. Nice stuff. Interesting. I would like it to just have a purpose. Factorio has launch a rocket. It's not necessary and it's not important. And it's not really that significant, but it's something. You do it and a screen comes up that says you did it. And I think that matters. So there, I've just noticed we need to take that pole out to finish that rail. So a 3D survival sim. Along the vein of... Is it like a DayZ, or is it like a... RimWorld? I guess you could call it a survival sim. Just it isn't 3D. Don't know. Only heard about it when it came out. Interesting. Interesting. And then before getting to the last phase could be a goal. Sure, yeah. You've reached the last phase. There you go. That is a goal. Yeah. Interesting. More like RimWorld. Okay. Have a look. Although it sounds of a genre that Angry Tom might do, so just wait for his video. And, I've been trying recently to get into Crusader Kings 3, and I can't. I might keep trying a bit. I've been trying like the game, and then the game with overhaul mods, you know, from popular fiction stories or whatever. But I can't really get into it. I don't think it's the right kind of paradox strategy for me. Did better with like Europa Universalis or Hearts of Iron, where it's where you can paint the map in straight lines. I guess. CK3 the Mount and Blade Battles mod is cool. Interesting. Sounds interesting. You running short on anything other than loaders? Oh, warehouses. I'm one short? Okay, I'm one warehouse short. Perfect. So, train stations and warehouses are needed down here. Sure. We'll see what else. I saw Shenria's recently been streaming EU4 without the DLCs to see, because, you know, I'm missing a dozen, which would cost hundreds of pounds to fill in the gaps, which I'm not doing. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't do it. So it's kind of nice to see, can you play the game without spending hundreds of pounds? It's kind of like, no, you can't. It might just about be playable. Some of the most important DLC I do own, because they're older ones. So it wouldn't be as bad as a no DLC run, but still not as good as having them. Which is a shame. That could be playable. Or, like, interesting, you know. I could get into it more than I could get into CK3. Games. Sleeper. Yeah. Map games are fun. They make good stories. RimWorld is a map game. That's what it is. Well, on this side I marked the posts right somehow. Interesting. Those are getting replaced. Oh, that's cool. That's good. Cartography games. Games where the objective is to paint the map with your colour. Yeah. Don't know what else there is coming. I mean, there's Shapes 3D or whatever. Shapes 2, I think they're calling it, which... pretty sure it should be called Shapes 3D. Doesn't look interesting for some reason. I'm keeping an eye on it. Shapes is like a simplified Factorio, very simplified, and enjoyable because of that, but Shapes 2 appears to be exactly the same game with 3D graphics, which is unusual to me. Don't know what I expected, but like a different game, I guess. To read the thoughts you posted on Discord. I must have, but I don't remember. I read everything, so I must have read it. Risk with more... oh man, Risk is a bad game. Really, really not enjoyable. Anyone wants to do a multiplayer Risk online, I am not in. No way you're reading your music ramblings. True. True. I read your music ramblings, but if you get into a conversation with someone about music, I skip it. That's built in. We're just missing like the bits of the depot in the middle. They need doing. And the tiny bit of belt I missed there for some reason. Mental health, yeah. That pole needs to come out to go around that corner. And a bunch of poles are in the wrong place here, okay. Interesting. I'd like to have kind of like learned something here, so the next one I paste in is smoother, but I don't think there's any way of doing that. We'll just have to paste them in as they come. More. Okay. Join that. I'm out of rail. So we need more than what I bought. That one's good. So warehouses, train stations, more rail. Okay. I can come and put the signals in and check whether we bought enough of them. Pretty sure we did. Oh, and take out these posts ready, I guess. We enjoy the original, but the visuals made it unplayable. Interesting. Don't remember the visuals being that bad, but sure. That's refund. Interesting. Okay, looks like we're good to go back and grab those things to finish this off. Yep, let's head back up there. Transition to 3D vertical is understandable. Makes the whole maker shape thing much more convoluted. Yeah. Good word. Might end up trying it. Yeah. Tempting. Wondering how it's looking. No, the issues with the original might skip. Not makes me think. Yeah, just, you know, sometimes visuals are like that, you know. Just don't click right with your eyes. I just thought that shapes in 3D would involve making 3D shapes, but it's not. It's making the same shapes that you were making in the first game with using 3D models, and I just can't see the point. Like, what is it adding? Just, you know, convoluted is a good word for it. You try and do the same thing, but in a more convoluted manner. 34 loaders, I'll take those while we're here. Oh, should I have grabbed from here? I should have. There's stations. We need 20? 10 on each side. Let's take some spares, just in case I'm wrong. Rail here as well. Okay, take a whole bunch more of that. Don't know how much we needed. That'll do. That'll definitely do. And some more warehouses. Let's play it safe on that. Let's finish off the one depot, then we'll go build in the others. Need to make it available to normally 3D puzzles don't sell that well. I don't think any puzzles sell that well. But I don't know. I mean, can you compare sales and player base of Factorio compared to what was the first Zachtronics game? Is it Space Chem? Might be. Don't know. I assume because Zachtronics kept making 2D ones, the 3D one didn't do very well, so you could be right. Could be very right. But the 2D stuff just clicks better with people. Well, that's slightly wrong, haven't I? That's better. Those corners put in as well. I'll let the robots do some of the rest while I'm here. There we go. Okay, let them fill that in. 3D based shapes in puzzles. Yeah, well, Factorio was just a 3D version of a... I guess it wasn't. It was a bit more... I don't know. Can't think of an exact parallel. But it was solving puzzles in a 3D space using 3D shapes. Using the same kind of parts you would have done in Space Chem, which is solving the same kind of puzzles but in 2D space with 2D shapes. But I think did better, I don't know. 2D is more manageable for most people. It seems like it could be, yeah. I don't really know. I mean, here I am playing Factorio instead of Satisfactory, but I'm not sure that's because the 2D element is more understandable. Missed out on Factorio, don't know why. It's not necessarily worth it. I did not get far into it. I got a long way into Space Chem. I finished Magnum Opus. That's the one I played the most of. That was much more accessible. than other Zachtronics games. Again, don't know why, just was. Is that this side done? Yes, except this is not M50. Wait. This is M46. Don't know why it changed those. I guess I asked it to. Interesting. So that should be M46 East. Let's use the map so I don't have to run. Copy and paste. Don't want the trains coming down here. If they should be up in the middle. Is that all of them? M46 East. Yep. Gonna go to the corners and make sure their names are correct. Like them all, but too dumb to get far. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like most of them I'll get 10 to 20% in and then just start Googling the answers. It's a bit like Polybridge, I guess. There's some of the puzzles are fun and interesting to decipher and solve, and some of the puzzles are beyond my comprehension. So I want to learn, but I'm not going to learn by just like bashing my head against it in the game. Might have still been into Tech It back then instead, yeah. Which is fair. But yeah, I don't know. It seems like Shapes 2 will be a miss. Still vaguely interested in it. Certainly more so than... What was the one we were... the game that's added... That's now making an idle version. Factory Town. Factory Town Idle is a hard miss. Playing Undertale. Big break playing games around that time. To Hearthstone. Oof. I boycotted Hearthstone. Kind of. This set right, M46, right? That's not the right bit. Copy, paste. There we go. Stations are a bit awkward. Shortly before Hearthstone was released, they axed the physical World of Warcraft trading card game, which I was playing a lot of at that time. And before, so I was playing it like alongside playing Magic the Gathering at a time where it wasn't very popular, but it was pretty good. And then there came like a year where for like a year or two they really upped the game on the physical card game and made it really good. And it was like competing with Magic for interest in the local card stores, you know, where we were playing and stuff like that. And it really picked up, so I started spending more money on it and getting into it a bit more seriously. I could never really get into Magic seriously. It was too... Like, people who'd been playing it for decades were just boring to play with. Whereas this was like a newer game. They were getting into it new. I was getting into it new. It was more playable. And then, just in the middle of its height, when it was being at its most popular and really getting into it, they just killed it. Because Hearthstone was coming out, and they didn't want the physical competition with that. Wanted to drive everyone to Hearthstone. So yeah, the game just disappeared in a span of like a month or two. Just couldn't play it anymore. Nothing new could be printed. They axed the whole thing, so... Out of complete anger at Blizzard for doing that, I did not play Hearthstone at all. Playing a lot of cookie clicker in that factory game on Android. Yeah, no more NV for idle games. Yeah, fair enough. I have a theory knowing what Hasbro is doing lately. Interesting. Never even seen a WoW trading card game. Oh, but think of the ones you scratched a code on, or you scratched off the foil to get a code that unlocked something in game. like a mount or a cosmetic item or something like that, are worth a lot of money. Generally well known in the... I guess you had to play a lot of World of Warcraft to care about that kind of thing. Which I didn't. I played a bit. I wouldn't say a lot. Wasn't big into it, but was into it. I'm actually going up here to grab a bit of landfill because that hole in the floor really annoyed me. So I'm going to grab some landfill and we're going to need a bit of surface, which is down here, I think. Bit of the light stuff. Yep. Grab a couple hundred of that and we're going to go fill that hole in. Otherwise it will bother me knowing it's there. Have you heard about them hiring Pinkertons to raid a guy's house? I didn't even know Pinkertons still existed. Why did the Pinkertons still exist? And how can they raid a guy's house legally? I mean, I guess this was in America and therefore there's probably a way. Where was that hole in the ground? Oh, over here. Good. Can't see it on the map. Sarahwin, hello. Welcome in. Legally may not be accurate. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. You didn't say they raided the house legally. You said they raided the house. Yeah, that's a fair point. Is that... That's just a bit of grass growing through our beautiful floor. I wouldn't be surprised if they bullied Blizzard back then to stop getting on their turf. No, I don't think they could have. Blizzard was as big as they were back then. I don't think they could have done anything about it. Blizzard pulled out because they wanted to make Hearthstone and knew that the physical game would have competed with it. Bigger security corporation owns them, right? So like the brand has been picked up by a private security firm. Corporate policing, yeah. Not legal, and they don't care. Yeah, of course. Allegedly and theoretically, and yeah, of course. Jeez. Any other little holes in the floor while I'm here? No. Looks good. Okay, so there's a depot. And it works? Should do. Just want to double check the configuration here. Yep. That should work. If I enable the deliveries, we should have fuel here when we're ready. So I think that's good. Second depot's in place. Now for the third one, I guess. So I want to remove from there all the way over. How far? Just to there and all the way down. Just before the sign, so that much comes out. No. Those center poles I want to keep in. It's just the edges. Some of the center poles want to come out. Some of the center poles want to come out. So I do want to mark them to erase and then we'll take them out and put them back in. No, we'd have to fly over the whole thing. We'll do it like this and I'll adjust the individual ones individually. Commander's got to head off. No problem, Commander. Shopping and stuff. Have a good day, man. Have a good time. Thank you very much for stopping by and for raiding in. Do appreciate that. And yeah, I'm sure we will have a great rest of the stream. Thank you. Kind of weird it took MTG so long to come up with their own digital version. They've come up with like 4 or 5. I'm not sure why they keep getting it wrong or keep getting stuck with it. I don't know what the issue is, but yeah, it is weird that they didn't just kind of get it right first time with an online version. That much? No, I need to copy more than that. A bit more than that. That much should work, like all of that. It's got all of that, it's got all of the delivery points. Should be good. If I can line it up. Looks fine. Those red lines in the middle, we'll need to go and fix them manually, and that's fine. Looks good. Put that in, and then what do I need? More rail, more regular signals, more train stops. Rest should be good. Got enough warehouses? Yep, should be good. The one that actually works and is successful. Don't know which one that is. There's the current one is not the one that was initially successful, I don't think. What? God, I can't remember. It's Magic the Gathering Online, which was the one everyone was playing for a long time. Magic the Gathering Arena is, I don't think... Maybe it's changed. I don't think initially it was well received. I think people preferred Magic the Gathering Online and didn't want to move over because it wasn't very good. But it, you know, they could have changed it. It's been a long time since I gave a damn about Magic. I'll take all that rail. I'll take enough stations and regular signals. Should be enough. Probably gonna need more rail than that, so that is down here a little ways. Check out the Magic and the Pinkerton case. Yeah, I'll take a look sometime. Grab all that. Let's head over there and start and see what we run out of and do the usual. It's over a leak because they accidentally sent the wrong stuff to one of the customers. Turned out to be unreleased content, so they just wanted to give back content they had accidentally leaked. It doesn't seem like a good reason to. But there you go. Yeah, massive corporation. Just do whatever they want. Well, not, you know, not necessarily what the corporation wants, but what one idiot in the boardroom thinks is a good idea. Contact with one over anything. Just, yeah. Well, by the way, we've accidentally sent you something that you shouldn't have. Please, could you destroy that? And in return, we will provide you with a t-shirt. What am I missing? I'm going to need to rename them. That's fine. Do them in a bit. Fill them all in, then we can copy paste them all at once. Yeah, just return the thing we accidentally sent you. We'll send you what you actually ordered and something to say thank you. Yeah, just customer service instead of corporate liability. But yeah, I guess, you know, the unreleased Magic the Gathering content is extremely valuable. Like hundreds of thousands of dollars valuable. So I guess it doesn't become an option to be polite about it. What's the, I didn't actually look into it. It's one of the videos recently mentioned the Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering tie-in is what's some kind of unique card or something that's going to be extremely rare. People are already going crazy about. To look that up, I guess. A lot of references now. Yeah, they just did there was a Warhammer set and there was a, yeah, like I say, been a while since I cared. Sort of fan service, yeah. Leaving behind the relevance and the story for the sake of tie-ins, movie tie-ins. It'll be Marvel next, if they haven't already. Maybe you'll care if it's Pokemon. It will not be Pokemon. Even if there wasn't a Pokemon trading card game, there's no way that IP would get shared. Unless, you know, maybe, if the money's right. I've run out of power. Take a quick flight over here and get some. These guys are still charging. There they are. Fine, over 80. Let's build some more in. Really enjoyed the Japanese cards, amazing artwork. Yeah, I mean there's some amazing artwork in all these kind of games, or whatever, products, I guess. Some really good stuff. And then some really hilariously bad stuff as well, of course. Not that I could ever do better. Very Japanese Strixhaven Mystical Archive cards. Why are these so special? Oh cool, like full art. Wow, yeah, great. Still would not pay the price to get them though. It's not like you can display it either. Maybe those artists do art in a format would be more enjoyable. I don't know if any of them are just like exclusively doing art for Magic the Gathering. It seems like they wouldn't, but I don't know. Yeah, I'd rather get them as a poster or, well, you know, as digital art, but in full size. A full resolution or whatever. Lots of cool artists work on it, yeah. I got it right this time then, did I? When we were building this size, I didn't... Yeah, I got it. Those poles removed and the new ones built in. Good. How are we doing for stuff? A bit short of belt. Probably won't be able to finish this off. Yeah, we'll probably need more belt to do the loop to the top in this one. Which is alright. It's fine. Good progress though. Doing well. I can see it complaining it doesn't have any uranium, so that must still be working itself out. Let's head down there and take a quick look with the satellite mode. Where are we up to? So the buffer is at the 3,000 it needs to be at. Or close enough, 2,900. But the warehouse with the 235 is, I don't know which is which. The darker one is not backing up at all. This side's got 40,000. That's going to take a while. We could limit these warehouses to force it to back up sooner, I guess. Or we just have to wait for it to drill out enough to fill that in. And then it will back up enough to run through. Yeah. Not ideal, but it's just a matter of time. It is. When those 8 on the train station back up, then the process will begin again properly. And there's enough of the glowing one there that it should start refining, enriching at a good rate. We'll see. I'm more confident that the uranium's going to work out okay than I am about the copper. Because that's definitely not. Just whether all the trains run out of fuel before we can get that into place properly. I'm sure they'll be fine. That edge is built in. We do need more belt. That's fine. These guys inside and then head down and get the missing bits in the middle of here. Like this. Any more bits? So a few inserters on the edge to add in. I've got, yeah, plenty of them. That's fine. Remember there's missing bits of belt down here. Come back down the whole lot. That's okay. There's all the stuff we don't have in a nice loud alert. Yeah, it's all the expected stuff. It's fine. A lot of places want copper ingots, so the next time we make some copper ingots, they're not going to go where we want them or where we need them, which is not great. To remove these poles, missed that so far. That's the end, so we'll run that down. Annoy the robots in the process by abandoning them. Too far. Okay, that's joined. All these hooked in. Gotta go do stuff and get ready for Twin Peaks. Sounds like fun. Have a good time, Mondo. Come on the stream, will do. Hopefully. So building a few more, well, one more depot after this, and then we can look at doing some more refining if we can't get anything else up and running. Many blessings for the garden, yeah. Seems fine, I haven't noticed any rain yet, so I think the weed killer should take. Might have to give a second spray in case I missed anything, I don't know. Hard to tell what you have and haven't done, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It'd be even better if it doesn't rain overnight. Get those weeds extra thirsty and they'll drink up all the killer. Okay, all done. Apart from the missing belt and the station in the north. Okay. We can go do the station in the north. Some of it. And just disable when they build it. Oh, I've run out. Okay. I've run out of constant combinators. Fine. Belt and constant combinator is all we're missing here. Yeah. Okay, let's get them, and then got the depot in the far east to do. Is there any way we can speed up the uranium? Don't think so. Not without mining more. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. No big deal. If it doesn't kick in today and all the trains run out of fuel and stuff, we just have to live with that for a little bit, and like I can leave the game running to get it caught up between streams if need be. North of here, belt I need to grab. Have we got any belt in the storage bit? Keep not checking here. No, we don't. So that's going to be over here. There are no loaders. I've got all of them on me. Okay, that's not a lot. Let's get a whole bunch. We're going to need belt for the next depot anyway. That'll do to start. Constant combinator I've got over here. There it is. Was for something else. Memory is never good enough for this. No, that was it. And then I need to rename them. All of them, actually. That reminds me, I might have missed one in the south. The delivery point I might not have renamed. check that when we land. Or south? Yep. You can see why I have to have everything so square and organised. Even with it square and organised, I can't keep track of where things are, where I am. Okay, so that square down here that is M46, yeah, the north needs to be M46 north, the south M46 south, and then here we are in I-50. That's I-50 north, that's I-50 south, that's I-50 east, but it needs copy and paste. No, get the right square. They should all say I-50 east, yep, and then here I-50 west. Copy paste that as well. And they should all say I-50 west, and yep, all good. The corners have probably got renamed as well, I guess they did in the last one, so let's go change them over to set my robots again by doing their job for them. It's I-50 depot. No, they're good. They are building. And they're putting in the constant combinators. Okay, so did I go close enough to this one? No. We'll need to go back up there at the end. And take the robots a minute. I'm getting more used to the way they do that. It's like the robot system can just take a minute sometimes to reissue jobs, and sometimes it doesn't, which is the confusing thing. Sometimes it just keeps running, but we are getting quite big. Not big enough to really notice a performance issue with the game, nowhere near that big, but enough that if we ask the robots to do too much or just at certain times they do get confused. That one's fine. Belt here is good, but the name needs changing. There we go, head north. There's a few bits of belt missing here from what I remember. Yeah, on the ends there. And the combinators on all the stations. Which, yeah, they do wire themselves in as we go. That's good. That name needs changing. I-50. More belt to build. I've got some uranium fuel cells somehow. Interesting. And they are transporting them, which is great. Only one apparently, but it's probably more than that by the time they get there. Where are we? Here. They're not currently running. And there's nothing down there, so may have been and gone already. Oh, one. Every now and then one is coming in, which could trigger the request to go get it. That's kind of cool. So things trickling through here at points, like when we're not watching. And just a tiny bit of the 238, the glowing one, whatever it is making it here, and possibly, I guess. How is this doing? It's at 44,000, so it's not growing very fast. What What can it hold? 512 slots, 8 warehouses, 100 in a stack. So we can build up to 410,000. So it's 10% of the way to backing up. We might want to go restrict that. 410,000, so 370,000 to go. We're making that one 300 a minute. So it's going to take 1200 minutes or 21 hours to fill that train station in. I think our trains will run out of fuel in the next 21 hours of gameplay. Yeah, not sure what to do about that. Oh, that's good. We copied the one that isn't requesting, so that's fine. I think we're going to fly down there and restrict those warehouses. If that's the rate that we're making it at, there's no point in trying to build a buffer up that big. It's just going to take too long. It's interesting. Might need a buffer that big. Irrelevant. It'll take 21 hours to do, which is just too long to be relevant in any way. If we need more of it, then we need a second mine to source it from. There's no point trying to get it from here. So yeah, I'll restrict it. I don't think we need to restrict the other one. That's never going to fill, and it's not necessary for the system to work. So we've currently got every 4 rows is a train, so that's 1.5 trains. That's not enough to start backing up at. Maybe 3 trainfuls. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be blocking it there. That might be acceptable, I think. Let's go with that. Can I copy paste? I can. Wonderful. Good. So it's still not backing up now. It's about halfway to backing up. Which, yeah, we just have to be patient with. I'm sure that'll be fine. Where are we heading? What are we doing? This is done, yeah? I changed all the names, we filled in all the gaps, the stations are ready when we're ready. We can put the trains in when we're ready. So we just got the Eastern Q50 depot to build, and then we'll be done with depots. Move on to oil. So I'm cutting from there. 1 row of poles? Yeah, I think so. Doesn't particularly matter. I can do 2 safely. But unnecessary? Yeah. So let's just do that much. And that much. We can copy. It's from like the middle, right? To the middle. It'll do. Put that in the right spot. If I can work that out. There we go. And everything lights up blue. Seems good. Other than now we need to rename everything. Probably going to need more rail. Might be okay on the other things. A few more signals perhaps. Grab some to be safe. So where are we? We need to go up a bunch. Sure. I need to take a short break in a minute. I'll just grab these things so the inventory's ready, and then we will take a little break. Just a short 5-minute one. But I don't want to forget what I'm after, so I'll grab the things first. Rail is going to be here. There. Grab another 1,000. Should be enough. And then the signals are just up here a little ways. Here. that'll definitely be enough. Or actually junk to clear out after this, really. Didn't necessarily need to grab, that's fine. Before we get onto oil stuff. So yeah, shall I leave it running so that the uranium flows, I guess? Just hopefully the trains don't cause any trouble, but I'll just take 5 minutes, stretch the legs, give the brain a bit of a rest. We are 2.5 hours in, so it's sensible to do. It's roughly halfway through the stream. And when I'm back, we'll finish off this last depot, get that built, and then we will look at the patches of oil we've got. There's one in the east, one in the west, one in the south here, potentially this one, and we'll just start connecting them up, getting them refined, getting their goods available so that we can scale that appropriate to what we've just built for the sulfur and the plastic, get them to a better level, hopefully. Then when we've done that, it'll be about getting the copper flowing properly, probably with delivery cannons. Not sure if we'll start that today or in the next stream, but I think it's inevitable we'll have to do that, so we will look at that soon. But yeah, just for now, just 5 minutes. See you guys shortly. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Let's fly east and build this depot. It's been weirdly warm in here. Not today, but in general. It's still like supposed to be 6 or 7 degrees outside, Celsius. But don't know, have to have the window open because it's weird with Factorio as well. It doesn't tend to run hot in general. Could be the games I played earlier in the day have just warmed stuff up, but yeah, concerned for when summer comes around and stuck in a little room with a very hot box. We'll see. Maybe we'll have a very cold summer. Could be fine. Or the box will blow up before then and I'll have a cold one. My old graphics card did not run as hot as this one does. Which I think is a common problem with modern graphics cards. Very hot. Or I'll just disappear for a month in the middle of summer and turn into a slug. Oh, I didn't check other stuff. I'm short of splitters. Probably going to run out of undergrounds. It's okay, we'll make another trip. We always have to make multiple trips, we know that. No point in trying to do it on the first trip, because even if I try, it won't happen. Bit there, missed a bit there, Mr. Robots. There we go. I'm still a little too far to the left. Oh, but I've missed the signals on the left. Okay, fine. We'll head up again in a second. What should this one be? Q, right? A PQ50. There we go. Yeah, let's head back up and get them signals put in proper. Got one there. That's probably the existing one. That makes sense. Why are you carrying a bit of belt? Did we miss a bit? Just the splitters from the look of it. Don't know why he was carrying a bit of belt. That's that edge. That already says Q50. Did I just not drag it that high up, maybe? Confused, but fine. And in columns, getting bits done. Probably not the most efficient. This, yeah, is where the poles need to come out. Sort that out. Easier just to delete it all, yeah. Click and drag from there. That's simple enough. Join that up, good. And then join each of these up. Robots can build a little bit more as we go. There we go. And there. Okay, good. Fill in the gap, I guess. No station supplying anything. Okay. We got some stuff, must be moving around, which I guess is a problem, really. If the fuel and the fundamental resources aren't flowing, then bit of an issue. Hopefully there's enough fuel in the trains to keep them going. Till we can fix it. It won't take 21 hours now, it'll take less. don't think we need to do the math again. A few hours, maybe, actually, of the game running before they those buffers fill in enough. Is not great. But, you know, it'll happen. It'll happen naturally. If it doesn't happen during the stream, it'll be on one of those between bits where I'm just laying down the concrete. What am I missing? Oh, splitters. Yeah, we know about that. 3 undergrounds left, so that's also going to run out very soon. Enough loaders to finish the station, which is nice. This one probably not really needed that much, but there we go. Hephaestus has got struck. Why did that happen? And do I not... I guess I don't get told about it unless I'm here on the planet. Meteorite landed. Struck the edge. Just on the edge. Just close enough to do some damage, but almost missed. I don't know, maybe I just missed the message, but we should have had... Oh, all 5 guns did fire. They're recharging now. Why the power draw is so high. So the 5 guns fired and the meteorite still landed, so yeah, still... It's not a priority. We have much bigger issues, but we do want to expand our meteorite defense over there. Maybe when... Again, I'm assuming. We'll go over there to set up delivery via delivery cannon. And we can expand our meteorite defense while we're there. While we're doing that. So maybe we'll, when we're setting up the capsule production here, or production of the elements that make a capsule here, we'll also set up meteorite ammo for production. Although, can't do that, can we? If we're going to switch to using delivery cannons, we cannot deliver the ammunition. We need to deliver the ingredients. Which is like we did it before and I didn't like it. Or we set up the production here to make a very large number and, as has been previously discussed, manually take an entire warehouse full over there. Wouldn't be the end of the world. Like I wouldn't mind doing that. Undergrounds have run out, that's fine. Get the rail done, then we'll come back down and get those missing bits of belt. I do have enough belt. Probably enough to finish the job. Doesn't matter. We need to make a second trip anyway, so we can always bring more. Not a big deal. Those signals, yeah, I want to make sure I get them. Don't miss them. Are we missing train stations? Interesting. I guess I just didn't grab more when I should have. Okay, my bad. Q50, they've done the rail, that's the important thing. Yep, so let's head back down. The rest of the belt bits put in. Oh, out of power for the robots. Let's have a quick recharge. Check in. No, it's a long journey, but check in on the uranium while we're waiting, as that's still, you know, one worth watching. So the storage here is at 53,000. 6.2 in each. I can open it in satellite mode. Okay, good. Still a train and a half to load, yeah. There's more in some than others. That's probably me manually moving stuff that's messed that up. Nothing down here, not even sat on the belt glowing away. A few cells are down here though, so it is still, yeah, you can see it. Every now and then one is being made. Don't know how. So just randomly spawning. It must be letting some through every now and then. Oh, I do know how. Every now and then the initial production will make a glowing one. And because we're at our buffer, that one will go through automatically. Or when one goes in, two will come out this end off that belt. So even though they're not adding more here, it is still adding more from here very rarely. 1 in 100 or something like that. So it'll happen eventually. Can't see any coming through at the moment. But yeah, it will happen. And that will cause some to go through and they'll make some fuel cells, which is good actually. So it's not like there's nothing available. Might keep the trains moving. They don't have a lot to do at the moment. They do have something. It's all good. This bit built in, and I'll take out the poles that are in the way here. Do it the simple way again. There we go. Run that back down. Annoy the robots in the process. Joined that? Yep, that's joined up. Didn't curve like I wanted. There we go. Some work for the robots. Join them to... No, got that wrong. There we go, that's sorted. A few more bits of rail here, then we'll go do train station in the north. And we're good here. I already renamed the plating, but I didn't rename the actual stations, so we need to do that still. Fine. Then we need to come back. Not done here, but we're done with this visit. We will need to come back with some belt related bits. It's fine while get the belt done to the station, then while they're building bits of that I'll do the renaming. There. So this is Q50. I didn't build all the stations. Never mind. We need to come back with more stations. This is Q50 on this side I can do. Copy that. Paste it down. All of them. Q50. Yep. The southern one. Q50. And the northern one. There. I'll do these two now, but we'll need to do the others when we actually build them. Okay, that's fine. Just underground, splitter, and train station. Do I have enough loaders to do this station? Seems unlikely. Just, actually, are they done? Looks like it, yeah. 7 left. Okay, they are done. That's seen that it's not yet requesting, so that's good. Is that pole in? Is now. More belt. Join that up. Did just have enough of that too. Good. Bit low on power, but that's fine. So yeah, train station, underground and splitter, and we can finish off here. Underground I need from up here. The other two should be in that little storage corner. Would be enough, hopefully. Then splitters run out. Could do with more than that, although taking these is going to draw some of that copper, which I'd rather not, but still. Low on belt there anyway, so I might just grab some belt for the future things. No loaders, of course. Train stations. Underground splitter. Train station. Should be good. If memory serves, which it doesn't, but let's head over there and try and finish this off. Could hunt around for more copper to... I guess we don't need it for the loaders, it's functional at the moment, not good, but functional. To feed it into rocket parts maybe to kickstart that. Skeptical whether we have enough copper here on the planet, like, you know, made up to do that. Got enough raw copper, just, yeah. Tempting to go the other route, just start making copper plate instead again. It's the more safe option, I guess. Just copy paste these names. Because we're not relying on anything coming back, ever. And we don't need copper ingots for anything, we need iron ingot. I like steel ingot, I like the added efficiency because we were so short of steel before we did that. Could just make, I mean, like we did when we were just progressing ad hoc and messy, make some iron ingots to have some iron ingots, but generally work without ingots. I just don't like it. The system is there for the added efficiency, I want the added efficiency. The frustration, if we do build in the delivery cannons, we still need to kickstart them. They need some copper and we have none. So, I'm not sure how we do that either. Still missing a few splitters up here. Okay. Now it looks like we've done any purple dots. Would suggest unbuilt items. Nope. Looks good. There's a big purple line, but that's because my monitor's broken. No holes in the ground that we found either. So that looks good. Let's tidy up our inventory. Get ready for more oil. I would like to do that before we get copper working again, if we can stretch what we've got. I guess we can't, actually. We've not got the loaders to make that functional, so there's not a lot of point of doing it. We need it before we move on from this project, but looks like we're going to have a massive distraction of fixing the interplanetary stuff that I thought was all good. I think we should prioritise that and getting things up and running. There's no point in building more ghosted loaders everywhere. At this point, it's not like we're halfway through anything. We've got some oil flowing. Gonna scrap a bunch of stuff here. Landfill, plate, nameplates. Any of these things might just kind of like empty out and start again kind of thing, building my inventory. That's full, so I'll scrap the rest. A couple of them. A bunch of poles. Rail. Got rid of the box, didn't I? So put that back in there. Put the rail in. Pipes need their own box, and them inserters, belt stuff, warehouses. Keep the boxes on me for a second, and the loaders. Pumps, lights. Keep them on me. Whatever. Combinators. Pump crusher. Up here probably. It's fine. Those refineries. A load of stuff we haven't really been using. And some random copper plates, get rid of them. Okay, that's stuff. We're definitely going to want inserters and belt stuff. And a few medium poles. A stack of small ones just in case, I guess. Makes sense. That's kind of the minimum. Then we need to know what we're doing. So, pretty happy with having all those depots in place. Can't really use them until we get the fuel being produced at a reasonable level. So making do for the time being. All these trains aren't really moving. There's nothing happening, so I guess we've got to make stuff happening before that'll matter. We know we need more oil to get our sulfur, plastic and lubricant producing at the rates we've designed them for. But they are producing at the moment. So that's fine. I think we set up production of delivery cannon stuff now. It's a bit of a distraction, but let's get started with it. Let's put some numbers together. So the list on the left is getting kind of full. Well, not full, just long. Can I organise this? Can archive things. Interesting. Duplicate. There's no like folders I can minimise, but I could archive the ones. But still, you know, if the plan reflects the reality still, I would like to keep it. But, I mean, if I archive, then it just goes to a different list. Where I've accidentally unarchived it from. Where you can't edit it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Let's close that. Just archive everything that we're not working on. Which I guess is everything. Numbers could be relevant just to look at. We've seen that before. So we can go to the archive and look at them. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That's fine. Yeah, okay. The ones we're actively working on, the ones that I need to remind me of what we're missing, and that can live in this page. So delivery cannon capsule is the end element. You put that into the gun with the resources and off they go. And it's a stack per capsule. So a rocket carries 500 stacks. So that's what we want to make. We're currently doing half a rocket a minute, so we want to do 250 stacks a minute. That's like parity, which helps us like compare the numbers and see how viable this is, I guess. Can you? So I want to kind of say I want a gun. Have we got a spare in here? Defensive one. No, I guess I trashed them because I didn't want to use them. Silly me. Go to Everdome, I guess. Still some on the planet there. Yeah. Find a way of just travelling here and back to pick up them guns. Oh, I can click on them from here though, that's helpful. I want to look at the recipes. So you can send low density structure, barrels of stuff, explosives. It's a shame you can't just send the capsule themselves. Low density structure, explosive. What's the other ingredients? Heat shielding and copper cable. You can send heat shielding. Can't send copper cable. Can only send copper. Which for us would be copper ingot. But okay. It's interesting to know. So copper cable has to be made both ends. This, I guess, is like that number is what we want on the other planet. It's less, actually. Less would be fine. This is how many rockets we're making. Some of them are just to deliver rocket components around the place rather than anything else. But, I mean, as fast as humanly possible would be good. Can I Can I instead say I want to make a delivery capsule containing vulcanite? Any way of doing that? If I say I want vulcanite, and I want 500 stacks of 50. Is that right? These stacks of 20. I think the stacks of 20. So I wanted that. But I'm going to get it from a delivery capsule? No, it doesn't look like that's an option. Get it from matter. Or by mining. Yeah, there's no way of saying get it from a delivery cannon capsule. Okay. Can't plan around that function then, but okay. So otherwise, so it's let's say we want to up the rate. So we want to do 500 capsules a minute. That's what we're going to make on Hephaestus. All theory. Let's say on Hephaestus we're going to make that. We need to set up 17. We need to set up 5 machines breaking down the copper, 17 turning the copper to cable, 2 belts, not awful, and 67 making capsules themselves. We'd also need to deliver in 2,500 explosives a minute. So we need to know what they stack in. We've got some somewhere, right? Yeah. I have to scoop them up to find out, aren't I? 50s. So if we want to deliver 2,500 items a minute and it's 50 in each, it's 50 capsules. Just add another. We'll start counting up here. So it's 50 for that. To deliver 500 heat shielding, which comes in stacks of 100. So that's 5. Is that right? They come in stacks of 50 or 200. Let's play it safe and say it's stacks of 50. Doesn't really matter, small number. Low density structures, stacks of 50, that's another 10. And 250 copper ingots, they're in stacks of 100. So even that I don't believe. Can't remember these things. Where have we got some? Cleared them out of there. Kept them over here, didn't I? Well, they're stacks of 50, because you can see from the other ingots. So that's 5. So those ingredients, those top ingredients, to make the 500 capsules a minute require 75 capsules a minute being made here. So we make 75 capsules a minute, gather them together with these ingredients, and shoot them around the place. And that lets us send... See, that is... or seems more cost effective. It's also a total of 37.5, like under 300 ingots compared to the rocket. 940, so a third the cost for double the amount. That's what I'm after. A third the cost of copper. There are other things involved, obviously. We also need to make these things, which is fine. But we could do this all in one square, potentially, depending on the numbers and the volumes. It's achievable. Deliver everything in, make the low density, the explosive, the heat shielding, the copper ingot. Turn some of it into capsules, use those to launch the rest where they're needed. Could have a specific square per planet, so I don't need to worry about overdoing it now. Though it's the same, or be roughly the same everywhere, as far as I'm concerned, you know, just a lot. quite happy with 500 a minute being the number made on the destination planet, and that's therefore 75 a minute always here. Need to combine them though. It's a bit, the plan is a bit difficult to do this with, unless you do separate them. We have a square here that makes the capsules, deliver the capsules in. That's a bit tidier, actually, in terms of organising the flow of the goods. We have a square that just makes tons of capsules. Well, not even tons, just a lot of capsules. We deliver them in with the 4 ingredients, plus potentially the ingredients to make meteorite defense ammunition, which doesn't need to be much. We've overdone it in the past by a lot. Battery, circuit and steel plate. No overlaps. And I'm pretty sure you can't shoot any of that. Well, steel plate you can. We'd probably send ingots. Batteries or green circuits. They would be here. No. So you need to send copper, which you already are. Stone. And stone, copper and iron. Iron, copper and sulfur. If you're delivering stone for the circuits and sulfur for the battery, you might as well make the heat shielding, because that's the same ingredients. You've got the copper with the copper. What are explosives made from? The sulfur. Water, which you can't do on Hephaestus. And we can't deliver water fast enough for it to be, well, or we cheat. Because we can use water fill to make water on a waterless planet. But that does feel like cheating to me. You know, I've cheated for speeding some things up for the sake of it's a stream, but that doesn't feel right. Just cheating water into existence. Don't know why. Not the kind of thing that should bother me, but it does. So we'd have to add, yeah, coal and water. So water's not an option. So the explosives need to be delivered as they are, even though there's some overlap. And then the low density steel, copper, which we would already be delivering, and plastic. So yeah, it's awkward. It's very awkward. The water's the specific hold up. How we did it before when we were trying it for the first time is we broke everything down to the fundamental parts. There's overlap between multiple things, and we delivered all the fundamental parts in, did all the building of the capsules on the destination planet. And that's what this is here. And it wasn't bad. I didn't like it, but it works. If you deliver the pieces in instead, then we would just, I think, not deliver in meteorite defense ammunition. Find a different solution, which, yeah, just make a warehouse full, dump a warehouse full when we land. 10 guns, maybe enough. 5 is not, but 10 could be. Feed them all. See how it goes. I mean, we've not tried that yet, so why don't we just do that? You know, we've not tried it, so, and I wasn't a huge fan of this. Give it a go and see whether I prefer that. Feels better. So we're not going to do that. We are going to a square where we just make capsules, where we're aiming for 75 per minute per planet. I have no idea how many planets we're going to want in total at all. We've got Hephaestus. We might shoot... we're not going to shoot things into orbit. Like we might, but not with a view to sending them back. So it's not 75, that's not the right number for orbit, so there's like an unknown number there that might be involved in some rounding up. We want Hephaestus for Vulcanite. We want somewhere for Cryonite. There's then Iridite, Immersite. That can't be it. Holmanite. Beryl. I mean, some of these might come from orbital locations better than planets, but I don't know. I'm just saying 6 so far. Other stuff we have on this planet, except we don't have a ton of uranium. So if there was a uranium-rich planet, we might play with that. So we could say 7. We might want to round up because we might want a second vulcanite planet, for example, or one of the other ones could be the thing. But it's looking like 7's the minimum. Well, I don't even know if we need all of these things. It could be we can get a victory without all of them. Oh, Vitamelange, that's different. So let's say 8. We can get a victory with less than 8 planets, so I would go for it. Let's say 8. Plus we'll round up a bit, so let's just say 10, because that's a round number. So we're saying 750 need to be made. We just, to have available to our train network, 750 capsules a minute, which is 100 machines. That's nice and round, very nice and round. I like it. But doing this here, we're going to be breaking down everything. All the elements will need to be made and then combined, and then we're delivering to the train network the finished capsule, which is cool. Copper cable just comes from copper plate, that's fine. This comes from plastic, steel and copper, that's fine. This comes from coal, sulfur, that's fine. This needs its stone tablets breaking down. Then we need all of the copper from ingot, all of the steel from ingot. There is no iron. Okay. So this is going to pull 1100 copper ingots. That's fine. We should probably now disable the creation of rocket components. We need some to fly us around the place quick. I still think it's better than trying to use a capsule to fly around. Maybe we need to get that spaceship quick. I think we're some distance from that. But that's fun. This is good. The stone brick. There's quite a lot of that actually. Hell of a lot. A lot of sulfur, a lot of plastic. Which we are making a lot actually. Are we making 7,500 a minute? Yes. And yes, just. We need to get the oil input increased, but we are. Especially if we stop using any to make rockets. Which again, we can't completely stop. We'll want rockets to go into orbit anyway. Though how we do that's likely to change on account of all this. I've kind of, yeah, the bigger picture is getting lost in things not quite working, but I'm sure we'll pull it back together well enough. I'm just slightly lost at the moment. This is fine. We just don't have that copper, but we can set it up regardless and deal with that somehow. We will. So we're going to need 475 machines in total to get this working, including a whole bunch of loaders that we don't have. We can steal some from where we make rockets. There are 125 chemical plants, which means there's 350 other ones. Some rounding up. Or do they round up for me? It's interesting. 100, 125, 225... 325, 350, 370, 388.8, 388.8 plus 125. It's 514 machines, not 475. Am I crazy? 100 plus 25 plus 100 plus 125, another 125. Oh, it's a different subfloor. I'm a fool. That happens before that happens. So it's 475 plus the 20 and the 18.8. Okay, my bad. I'm pointing with my finger because you guys can see where that goes. So it is 350 plus 20 plus 19, which might end up being 20. Let's take 400 of that kind of machine with us. 1, 2, 3, 400. 125 chemical plants. I've got the 5 here, so we need the 120 from over here. Which one is it? Is this one? No, that one. 125. We might be rounding up, so I should take some extra just in case. Might be. I don't know. They're all nice, neat, round numbers in general, but still might want even numbers. Make the belts even. That's fine, and then we just need stuff, you know, belt. We need to make the delivery points, which is going to be awkward as hell. Without loaders. We'll steal some. So we're going to deliver in 6 ingredients, which is just too many to do in one station the way that we currently do things. So it'll be like we usually do it. There'll be 2 stations. Okay, fine. So we need that many warehouses is fine. We'll take some extra just for the sake of it. We need more inserters, definitely. More belt stuff, but there's none here. I don't think there's anything more there. Any pipe work, yes. For like acid or whatever. For the batteries. Take them. Take pumps just in case. Take some constant combinators. And the other combinators, is that enough? 34 and 66? No, probably going to need more arithmetic. Sorts of stuff. Just need to get started really, and then when we run out of something we'll come get more. That'll do for that. More inserters, definitely. Where are they? Down one. It's fine. Some red ones, sure. Probably going to use them. And the combinators in this square, I think. Yep. There's arithmetic. We've got 80 and 60. That should be enough, right? Okay, where are we making these? Okay, so this empty square's for oil. This is for oil. Here we've got half a square. That's not enough. Here we've got a full square, but I'll probably want, like, that's a nice copper patch, so we'll leave that free. There's a small iron patch here that's probably worth keeping. We don't have many good ones. It's 40 million, it's enough to, you know, use. So then we keep that. Another copper I'd like to keep. I'd like to keep that oil. Want those rare metals, so this one is free. There's a stone patch here, so I was kind of thinking stone and then stone related things next to it. Let's keep those 3 free for that. So we're all the way down here already. Unless we just ripped out the rocket making stuff, I think our best bet's like L46. I don't mind skipping the coal. We've got coal patches all over the place we could tap if we need raw coal. Probably won't. There's also J46 is a bit far out. Further out. And this crude I might like. So yeah, I think we're here. We're in L46 for this square. L46. Let's head down there, get started. Okay. I mean, like I say, we'll have to see how it goes using the delivery cannons, but I don't think we do have an option. The other thing being we can make copper plate without pyroflux, without vulcanite, without the interplanetary stuff, and have some things fed by plate and other things fed by ingot. Or, yeah, only use vulcanite on the iron, only have iron ingots delivered and everything else by plate. Oh no. we'll do this for now. If it doesn't solve everything really quick and easy, we'll just have to do other stuff, which is how this works. So we've got no loaders. That's probably should have picked them up on the way, but we'll just put ghosts in for now and add some at some point soon. So we're going to unload 3 things in the north, 3 things in the west. There's no liquids, right? No, just the water, which we can get here. So we don't need to worry about barreling, unbarreling, or whatever. Oh, which... And then we've got outbound. Yeah. So we need 3. 2 in and 1 out. And then a spare one on the side. So it's kind of like, you know, what we've done in the past. North and, you know, with the mall and stuff. It's kind of nice. Do another one like that. These things in place. Can wire and configure them later. Gonna need to know what we're unloading here and how that looks. Number of belts is significant. So 3 of plastic, 3 of sulfur, 2 of stone brick, 1 of everything else. We just want plastic and sulfur in different ones. Spread the volumes out, delivery volumes. So we'll do coal, sulfur and stone on one. We'll do plastic, copper and steel up here. Which means I want to do that thing we did before with the filters. Plastic, copy that. Copper. Do steel first. No. Steel, then do steel last. Maybe. Not sure it matters. So there like that. Let's copy the rest in a minute. I need not a delivery station. Yep. For all that circuitry there. Well, that would be nice. Copy that in down here. I've missed a bit. Need an underground there. There we go. That's all good. And then copy that. So that is plastic. Copper ingot. And steel ingot. Copy that much to all of these. Good. Let's wire it up now before I forget what needs connecting where. That just goes all the way across. Then we connect all these up onto the pole, into the back of there, and over here and into the light. Green one between them, and then to the back of them, each one individually, and all that. Make sure they unload evenly, balanced. Seems to work. Takes a while to design that in the beginning. Beginning is like 50 hours in. It seems to be unloading them very well at the moment, places we have this. And then 3 lanes of plastic. They're going to be like that. 1, 2, 3. And there. Should be pushing left all the time. Do that in. But yeah, different down here. Let's remove a bit. So that's the first one. It's a single line, goes into there. It's pushed out and the second one joins. They get pushed out and the third one joins, and then everything's pushed out and there's space for everyone. Nice. That goes under. Can't really go there without going under the pole. Can, but easier to just nudge it out one. Then it can run there. That's to there, splitter there. Copy that. And there's your one line of copper. It's the last one, so that's just a little different. There we go. And your one line of steel goes under that as well. Joins there. Which means... deal with that in a second. Copy paste this much, but we need to copy paste the start of the undergrounds as well. Missed that so far. It's there, over here. Just need to copy those bits to connect it all up. Good. Looks good. So we've got, yeah, 3 lines of plastic, 1 line copper, 1 line steel running left. Seems fine. So we'll do the other station, then join them up and start a bus, like we have done in the past in the malls. Follow that same pattern. Same deal here. I'm going to want to use an existing loader in the north, I guess, to get the filters right. That's the right number of them. So, yeah, can I... Are we unloading here? Sulfur, stone brick, coal. Sulfur, stone brick. It's on the other page. This one? Yep. And coal. I'll copy them down to here. I've got the right filter set ready. Just clear them here because I shouldn't be. And I can copy that over as needed. Gonna want quite similar to this one, but not quite the same. It's a shame. Just copy the first bit again. Not quite all of that though. That much should help. If I can flip it. Kind of. That's in the wrong place. Should be there. Seems right. Just a gap from the pole and then... So 1 out, 2 out, 1 down. Yep, that's the right spot. Copy paste all of that. That's not right, never mind. Sulfur here. Is that right? I've got these back to front. Does it matter? This will leave the wider one on the inside, which is what we did on the other one, so fine. Yeah, stone brick here. I don't think it does matter. Nope, stone brick. There we go. And coal. For them. Good. All them in. Start, and then yeah, start this end. We've got 3 lines of, no, 1 line of coal. This is back to front. 3 lines of sulfur. I'll put the big one on the inside. I'd like to be consistent, so we're going to swap them round. The coal is the last one. Just, like I say, be consistent with what we've done in the rest of this square, at least. Probably not consistent with what we've done elsewhere. No big deal. And there they join up. And there's 3 lines of this. Join all them up, and they should be pushing right. Copy all that. And that's the first one. That just runs into there, becomes the second one. Running into there to become the third one, and then 3 lines carry on. Good. This comes under, but the splitter can't fit there. Interesting. Fine. I have to move out a couple. Has that happened before? I guess not. Just the number of belts or whatever. Whatever. Goes there. This is 2 lines. 1.38, yep. Also pushing over. 2 lines will be there. That runs to there. Will be that much. So there, that's the first one. Pushed out to the outside, and we got 2 from that point, and then finally 1 line of coal. Just double check that. Yep. Always worth checking. It's there. Oh, we're missing loaders. Yeah, that's a well-known problem. All those down. It's the last one there. Go like that, and then those bits just need copying in as well. And we're good. 2 stations unloading when the deliveries actually start happening. Run these northbound. It'd be easier if I just let the robots do that many belts. Maybe. When the others run south, but in a more, compact layout. Start building off them, pulling off them. I didn't check what our output belt, so 0.278 belt out. That's not a lot at all. Not going to be a problem. Then up to there-ish. Bring the others over and see how it lines up. We can go down. Could go down in that square here if we need to. Depends on how things line up, usually. Come on, robots. Get charged. Do 3s. So we do a 3 and a 1, a 3 and a 1. Then there's a 2 and a 1. So we can fit that compact. Or we do a 3, a 3, a 2, and 3 1s. Bit awkward. And they're on that side as well, which is... Well, we're going to have to crisscross however we do it. And we do need to know, actually, number of belts after the split. Before isn't so significant. So it's actually 5 belts of copper plate. That changes things. 5 belts of copper plate. I don't like that, really, but let's say. 5 of copper plate, 2 of steel. Let's say. Then 5 of copper plate, 2 of steel. Then we can have 3 of sulfur, 3 of plastic, 2 of stone brick, 1 of coal. Not bad layout. I hate when the copper has to stick out like that. I mean, we could put it there. Not a huge fan, but that could be better, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. 5 of copper, 2 of steel and 2 of stone brick, 3 of sulfur, 1 of coal, 3 of plastics. They fit like that if we squish them the most, which is okay. Just leave a gap here for the sake of leaving a gap and then have them there and then build on the right. I think that's perfectly fine. Just need to remember where everything's going. So this first one is steel. Might want to change this actually, yeah. I think I do want to swap the coal, no, the steel and the copper around. So that'll be steel, that'll be copper. Nope, something wrong there. There we go. So copper's on the outside. So it'll run there. Then it gets split out in a bunch of machines and comes back as those 5. Steel is here, and that can go next. Goes in and comes out as those 2. 2 stone brick that need to cut in. So we did them here. Send that under. Bring them to there and then send them, they can go further. To there and then send them under. To there. That's the stone brick there. 3 lines of sulfur. Plastic, that's plastic. Then the 1 coal should go under there so that the 3 lines can run here. 3 lines of sulfur. I'll remember what's going on eventually. Okay, all good. Not too spaghettified at all. Crossing those over and getting them into place, that's all good. They're not actually there yet. I wanted them this way round so that they line up afterwards, but we usually split down the steel before the copper. I don't think that matters. I think that's okay. We're going to have some water, so that'll run in pipeline here. So our first machine is going to be there. And the first machine, I don't think it matters what order we do it in. We'll split down the copper. We've got 19 machines creating 4 and a bit belts. Which doesn't really fit however you do it. 1 in there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Go under the poles. Across here, that could be okay. We need to divide that out though. Work that out. So 18.8 over 4.167 lines. It's 4.5 machines per line. So rounding up, 4 machines per line, 5 lines. Will be fine. Alternate them, it's an even number. And then we balance the lines out afterwards, which is difficult with 5 of them, but we've done that somewhere, so I can copy paste something. Do prefer to copy paste. At this point, with the amount we've built, we should have everything somewhere already, really. Okay, so I can copy that much. They shouldn't join. That's okay for now. Work out what to do with that in a bit. And yeah, we round up a bit. We're going to have 5 belts anyway, so that's all good. I think we can just run that into there with a splitter that pushes left. Run that into there. And keep pushing them left each time, which isn't consolidating anything yet, but is pushing the previous stuff to the left. Because it shouldn't consolidate anything yet. We'll see. Doesn't really, like, we want it to, but I don't think it is. That needs to go back to avoid the pole. Okay. Like, not ideal, but okay. And here's the last one. It's not too bad. So yeah, then we don't actually want a balanced line. We want everything pushed to the outside. 5 lines, so what you'd ideally do is push it out like 5 or more times. Which I guess we don't need to do. Don't necessarily want to do either. So we'll just do it once. Push it all out once. And then this is where liquids are running, so we want to hop under, in theory. This one will just hop under all of that. And they're going to run down here. As 5 lines of copper plate. Should be fine. This line of copper ingot is fed in there. Seems fine. Seems good start. Next thing to do is split down the steel. So it's also 20 machines, but it's only producing 1 and a bit lines or 2 lines. So 20 over 1.1111 belts. After the 18th machine, we need the second line. Should fit there. So if we have 20, then it's going to be here, where we would have the second line. We can play it safe, really, and put it in the middle or anywhere. Yeah, we can. It uses extra belt up, but you know, I'm never sure of these numbers. How many have I got there? 10. So that's 20. Good. And they're going to have the same setup as here. Those in, those out, alternating near and far on the belt. There's going to be belt running there as well. Might as well copy paste that. There. And there. There we go. Finish that up there. That's also a bit long. And then, yeah, run this down somewhere around halfway. Or just push that to the outside. And then right at the end, same as with this one. Don't know where though. We could move that forward, couldn't we? 2. Yeah, I'd quite like to do that. Move it to the front. Push left. And have that one in a similar lineup. Also push left. Run your 2 lines under twice. That's, yeah, that runs there, so we need to move them a little longer than we usually would have them, so that'll be there. That's fine. And this line is feeding in. They're feeding forward. And that splits the steel down. Perfect. Copper split, steel split, everything else runs forward from here. Hopefully. It's a good start for the bus for the next 475 machines. Which should fit. I mean, what was this? This was like 500 in the end, right? Yeah. Which is about half of the space, so it should be able to fit like 1,000 machines in one square. Depending on how things mesh together and fit together, and whether we can go down and up again and not. We shouldn't need to with this. Don't know. We'll see. Good. I like to have the things on the belt to play with, but we don't really have that option at the moment, so we'll just carry on without them. We're bringing together 4 different elements. I like to start with the most complicated, which, I mean, all of these are pretty simple. Very simple, which is lovely. I guess the heat shielding's the most complicated. I suppose. Did I want to leave a gap to run other stuff down? Probably did. Never mind, we'll run them down there. Get in the way of the water, no big deal. Can do the explosive first, get the water out of the way. That's an idea. None of these are complicated, but no, let's do heat shielding, because it's got 2 stages. The first is to produce 5.5 and a bit belts of stone tablet. That's very awkward. 25 machines over 5.556 lines is 4.499 machines per line. Which you obviously can't do. 25 over the 6 lines would be... So we do need to round up. We need to have... Don't need to. The way I'd like to do it is to split this into single lines. So we'll have 6 lines of 4? 5? 6 lines of 5. So we're rounding up quite a bit, but that's what we'll do. 6 lines of 5, and then 6 lines of 17. Sure. So yeah, we're rounding up. That's fine. But 6 lines of 17 making the heat shielding. And the total output of all those lines combined is 0.28 of a belt. So even rounding up a bit, that's still not even going to be half a belt. So there's no real concern at the end of this thing. It's just getting those 5.556 belts of stone tablet moved around, which I'd like to keep simple. So for example, 6 times doing 5 followed by 17. We started here. There's the 5, and then the 17 go here. 9. So that's 17. This stage is making heat shielding. Not sure I rounded up enough to do this in the number of machines I bought, but we can go back and get more. No big deal. So they are outputting... It's not a belt, but it's definitely more than half, which is awkward. I want that one to put half on each side, and then these to alternate. With them on blacklist mode, and then yeah, that whatever, that can go near, that can go near. And the stone, so the stone brick is going to come in here and stop. Stone tablets are going to be on that belt, running this way. Every 10 seconds we need to put 20 of them in, so it's good that they're close. Plus 8 sulfur, 2 steel. That could be on a shared belt quite easily. Could run there. And then 1 is output every 10 seconds, so long handle for that is not an issue. You blacklisted, there we go. Could be shared belt, but doesn't need to. So we can have steel there and sulfur there. Just get around this. How far could we go underground if that was there? Can we send in a straight line? Yes. So that is steel, sulfur, stone brick. Steel is here. Might as well go all the way. Sulfur is the outside. Can't make it in one, so we go to there. Yep. And stone brick is the double here. Looks like we... It's nice how that's worked out, the gap in between those two. So that means that can get under there without anything getting in the way. Well, that's moving to there. All of that to there. And we just need to send them to push left in each case. That's the ingredients needed. Gonna have to do that many times. It's an interesting one, but fine. That makes them, that makes them. They're set, yeah. These are there, those are going out there. Which we want to alternate because it's... Well, no, I said it's less than half a belt. The total even rounded up. So we're going to have 6 17s. 102 machines in total. So it's 0.278 0.278 times 1.02, 0.284 of a belt. Yeah, less. So we don't need to alternate the output. They're all going to be on the bottom of this belt. And if there's something else we make that's less than half a belt, they could share the journey later. Like the low density structures. So the explosives are 2, the copper cable's going to be 3. That's a hell of a lot to move around this place. We'll find a way. So yeah, we'll make the low densities next and they can share the belt. That's good. It's nice. We like to share. Copy that mark. Send it all the way down. Should be good. So the last one's a little different. Doesn't need that. I've run out of belt. Okay. Not entirely surprising, I guess. Just wasn't seeing it coming. And this is going to run here and down towards forever. Good. I'd quite like to just go get belt, actually. I'm not a fan of working with ghosts, even though we have to with the loaders at the moment. I'm heading completely the wrong way. See, long journey north. But we'll stock up on other things while we're up there. Undergrounds and maybe some splitters. Everything else looking alright. Grab a spare stack of assembly machines because I did round up quite heavily there. Get some things, then carry on. Where are we? We're 4 hours in. We'll keep going a while. I'd like to make bigger progress than just making a bunch of train depots today. Although that's not bad going. Making the depots, getting our current trains onto nuclear, and they've got nuclear fuel, so it's good progress. It's just frustrating that the base is kind of gridlocked by not having anything. Let's get a bunch of that. Let's get a bunch of these. And then as much of that as I can carry. Which I can take more. Let's keep that there, keep it all spare there. That's good, I think. And then, yeah, like I was saying, just gonna grab an extra stack of them to play it safe. Back down we go. Fuel in that depot is kind of backing up on the belt quite a lot, so I suppose that's because a lot of the trains aren't moving. Which reminds me, before I fly away too far, these guys aren't even switched on, but they definitely have fuel now. That one is switched on. It's just a couple at the bottom of each. These guys don't have fuel. What have I done wrong? Okay, we're going to go fix that. I'm pushing all the fuel to the eastern station by priority. I didn't intend to. It should be evenly spread. Just needs an extra splitter at the end. So here's where we're unloading, we're pushing it out. We just needed an extra splitter to make it fair. Now the fuel should go to both sides of the depot evenly. And all the trains can move, but we do need to do that in every depot. Oops. Oh well, just a bit of a flight over this way. Twice the flight back the way we came. Guess I could just put the blueprint in and then we'll fix it next time we fly over them. No, we don't know when that's going to be. Let's get it right now. Fix the problem, then we'll carry on building our delivery cannon capsule production. Back in the middle, okay. All the way to the right then. Just remember, I've been thinking in the future we're going to have to go to these depots and sort all the trains out. But just had a genius thought that I can make the train anywhere and send it to the depot. So when it comes time to do them, we won't have to make this flight. If I remember. Just grab a bit of fuel and send them there. I'm sure I'll remember. Anyhow, that's that one fixed. We'll head down. Final depot in the south, get that sorted out. And that is nearby where we were building, so we can carry on with that. Oh, the oil is backing up. The sulfur and the plastic must have filled their buffers because we're not using them to do anything. Because we don't have the copper to do anything with them. That's kind of cool. That's why no trains are moving at all. They're not needed. Where are we? We're one to the left of here. Okay, that's good. That's a problem with the depots fixed. Glad I noticed that. Sorted it out. Let the robots build the missing belt here. A bit more. Tiny bit more. There we go. And that's going to go that way. Okay. Half my screen filled up with warnings I don't really need to know. Might be time to change then. Don't know. Change the settings so I don't see the ones that say there's nothing available, because I know. Anyhow. I said do the... I'm an idiot. This is 1/5 of what we need to do, right? No, 1/6? Yeah, 1/6. So we need 5 more of these. So if I cut that temporarily, so that's going to change. And I grab from the poles to the poles. We can line them up. So we can't line up there. Too many belts. But they could share if I flip and rotate. Ooh, interesting. The poles now don't line up. I feel like I could find another way of dealing with it. We could build the mirror and then the output line could share? No. Not quite. Would then be outputting from here using long handle to there, which isn't... The current research isn't good enough. So I know this isn't as space compact. I'm hoping that's not an issue with some of the other recipes. This is like 6 rows of this is a lot of space taken up, but I think it's the way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is almost halfway down the square. That's okay, because it's not that long. We can still turn the corner and go back up and do it. That's okay then. I think that's going to be fine. Bunch of gaps over here, which is nice actually. They're nicer spread out. Grab that and paste it in and everything. Put these robots to work. There's a lot of them to do though. It's maybe unfair. That's all good though. They are too hungry. There's bits I can do while we wait on them to do the fiddlier parts. Probably going to need to go recharge our batteries pretty soon. Busy robots means lots of power needed. Yeah, they've just drained like a whole bunch very quick. Okay. What's that? Just kind of work left to right kind of thing, maybe. Looks like they've done the left. Yep. Move over a bit then. So those connections are all good. They're all lined up already. Yeah. It's just the outputs I need to join together in one line. We'll sort out. In fact, I can do that while... Would be able to do that while the robots build if they had enough power. Let's come recharge. While we're waiting, check in on uranium again. Why not? Haven't looked in a while. Ah, good. So the last one is, it's not full, but it's reached its capacity. Starting to back up. The other ones are close. Ish. Close-ish. Getting closer to the point where the enrichment will begin again. There's some power back. Okay, so this is the first one. Yep. That's going to run there. Then a splitter there to join them, and so on all the way down. Nice and simple. Should still all be on the right hand side of this vertical belt as they go down. Should be there. Cool. Not a bad start. What is next? While robots are doing a bit of building, we're going to make 0.278 belt of low density structures over 100 machines. Takes all the plastic and half of the copper. Close to it. More than half, actually. Yeah, more than... Wait, what? Way more than half. So we might, divide that into thirds? 3 lines of plastic, even if they're not all equal. Could be a bit awkward if we can't pull them into him equally, but it should be fine. Do thirds. 3 rows of 34. Again, round up a little bit. I'm going to run out of... Oh no, there we go. There's all the belt. Always figured it's there. So yeah. Split that into 3 rows. So that should be similar length, so we still won't change our ability to turn the corner if we need to. That will add depth if we do it 3 instead of 1 long. So we could do a long row of 100 with all 7 input belts spread around it and 1 output. Probably easier to divide it down again, like this. Do that. Okay. Taking shape in the head seems fine. The explosives, their input is on single belts, but the output is on 1.39 over 125 machines. That's just plain awkward. Can divide that out somehow. It's like a 75 and a 50. Some awkward number like that. Might be nice if the input belt could be a shared, you know, if we reduce them half. So actually a 75 and a 50 might be the way to do it. So 1 long 125 is possible. 2 belts and a pipeline in, and then 2 belts out in the way we did the splitting earlier. You know, push one of them to the edge with a splitter. 1 long row of 125 will probably prevent us from being able to turn the corner, but does squish the space. We'll probably fit it in 1 run. I'm not expecting to need to turn the bus around at the end. I don't think it will be necessary. Because after that, all we need is 25 machines making cable. That's not that many. That's not all we need. The next stage is 25 machines making cable. Turning the remainder of the copper, which is 2 lines, to 3 lines of cable. And all of that goes into 100 machines making the capsules. The speed of the capsule production matters. It's 10 seconds. Even so, with a number of inputs, probably try and use loaders into them. We don't have 100 loaders though. So that's, I guess, is not an option. We will not be using loaders. 3 belts in. So yeah, split in half maybe. I don't know. We'll get there shortly, so take a look. Keep it simple. I think we've just got the space to break it down into whatever numbers make sense. Single belts everywhere, even numbers. Don't think we can do 5 25s for the explosives. That would take a lot of vertical space away. Although I'm willing to try. It's only 5 25s. Well, the next thing's yeah, we'll see. Once we've done the low density structures next, we'll be able to see a bit more where we end up from that. 5 25s to the explosives, maybe. What is the water input on that? 18, no, nothing. 1 pump, 1 pipeline, maybe 2 just for safety. Maybe a pump for every row of machines that we do. Might be able to. Might be capable of it. I am out of power again. I can build most of this in. They don't have the... Yeah, let's recharge so they can get the inserters done quick and easy. Oh, a bit. That'll do. Standing there is a bit boring. Those guys get that done. Just want to double check. No little purple dots. Unbuilt blueprints. No, looks good. Okay. So low density structure. 3 rows of 34. I'm happy with that. The input's going to be a bit awkward then. 3 inputs and an output though. Should be okay, so leave a gap. Just take a look at it on one of them. There it is. So yeah, in plastic, in copper, in steel and out. Low density structure. Should be good. Fast enough for them, and that's the slower ones. That should be good. That's going that way. Or is it every 10 seconds? Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be perfectly fine, I think. Grab that, flip it. That does work, yeah. Done that before. Extend that a little bit. And we can copy paste that. Yep. Is that fine? That's fine. It's what we do on the next one. That we'll probably just leave a gap like we just did. But yeah. What's that? I'm missing long-handled inserter. Okay, we'll build more out and I'll go grab some of them when we run out of something else, I guess. Which, you know, shouldn't be long. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 30, 32, that's 34. It's not much longer than that, so that's fine. Probably. It's a bit long. So let's hope we don't have to turn, I guess. The next ones, if we put them here, it would be a long-handled insert of one of them, copper or plastic. Long-handled inserter can take 2 things at a time, so it needs to do 5 grabs in 10 seconds. It should be capable of that, but I don't think we risk it. Mostly because I don't think we need to, though it's going to be close with the end. Very close. We're going to have to do explosives more condensed. You know, we're not going to do 5 rows of them. But I still think that's the way to do this. Cross 3 of them. With gaps in between, probably. Well, I don't know. We never know, do we? We've done things before, you build it in and then it takes up way less space than you expect, and then things you build in and they just will not fit. So, I guess we'll see. Outputs just want to join the far side of this line. So we send that under. They can just join like that each time. We don't need to join them and then add them in. That's fine, I think. Send that under. Join, and then same again there for the last one. That's the shared belt of low density structures and heat shielding. Good. Need to get the inputs for the low density structures done, but I'll let the guys build out as much of this as they can. Gonna run out of belt again pretty soon. We need both types of inserter too. It's fine. We can always rip apart parts of the rocket construction, which reminds me actually. Let's disable all of that because we don't want to be using it. So we're not going to bring any more stuff here. Let's switch these so they don't launch for any reason. I mean, that's a lot of capsules that we ended up making, so it's a shame, but we'll find a use for them in transporting stuff into orbit if we just keep them safe for a long time. And we'll keep making stuff. Might redesign these. Have wanted to since we put them in to like double up, but there's no rush on that. And they can stay there, I guess. Though at least for the time being, we should stop bringing copper here. No. No, that's fine. They can build in. I think we just limit these so we don't overproduce, because that is 50 rocket parts. So I think if we restrict them and these, not that, but this one, we shouldn't overdo it too much. And here as well, don't want to be making crazy amounts of capsules. We've already got crazy amounts, so we'll limit that up a bit. Seems sensible. Let's build all this in, get this connected. Brain's starting to get a bit tired, so don't want to push too hard. But you know, we'll keep going for a while longer. Would be lovely to get all this done today. We don't think we will in this stream. We'll just get a chunk more of it done. Explosives next, yeah. We'll restock on the stuff we need to. Finish this properly and then work out how we're going to do the explosives. One thing at a time, like I keep saying. Here, I haven't cut them off properly. That should stop there. That can stop there. Do that to each of them. That's good. And then, yeah, robots can catch up. At this end, it's the steel on the outside. Are we using steel after this point? So we've done the heat shielding, which is that steel, which has actually cut it down to one belt now. But I don't think I care about that. Maybe I do. So yeah, after that's done here, we could push the steel inside and it'd just be one line. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Haven't taken any copper yet. Have taken stone brick. All of it? Yes, all of the stone brick goes into that. So I'm not going to reduce it as we go. I can't be bothered to work out what point it changes. Just the last stone brick is here. Right? Yeah, that's steel, that's stone brick. Yep, so that just runs like that. Might as well move it forward. Might as well move that forward too. Last of that join together and push into there. Yep, that's good. One steel runs out. It's, yeah, each thing is going to take away a big chunk of the bus because that's the nature of what we're making here. Big numbers of individual things. So steel is then splitting off. Needs to go under there and come up there. Okay. So I grab that much. No, a bit more. Line it up with the 3 inputs there, and that's the end of the steel there. And then we should push it. Yep. Good. Then we've got, let's go with plastic. Or what are we using after this? We're using the copper, so all of the plastic is going in here. So let's bring that, which is these 3. We need to check that. Yes, and that's the coal there, so that's the plastic, and all of that is coming in here. And there are 3 of them. All of it comes here. There's 3 lines and we're taking 3 lines. So do I even need splitters? I would need to balance 3 to 3 somewhere so that when they back up, yeah, so it's easier to just split them off here. Well, not even that. Either we split them off, then combine, or we balance, then pull them up. I don't know. So if I do this, and 2 lines carry on, it's not making a dense inner line. But when you do that, it is, and then afterwards cut the outside. I think that's the way to do it. Though I am no expert by any means. But yeah, I think that's best. Then at this point, there's just 2 coming in, so that goes there, and then that pushes that to 1, which obviously doesn't need anything because it's just 1. And that runs there. What am I missing? Oh, inserted, so I know that. Good. And the coal and the sulfur carry on. We used sulfur already here. We got 2.9 lines, 2.2 were used here. So at this point it's becoming 1, which we would cut down like that. Is that one necessary? Kind of is. Kind of isn't. Like I say, I have no idea. I'm not the expert. So that's a line of sulfur carrying on. The coal, let's bring them all the way forward. None of the plastic carries on. None of the steel carries on. None of the stone brick carries on. Not all of the copper. So we're taking some copper now. First one is here. We're taking, so 2 lines carry on at the end. So we are kind of taking off a line each time. So could we do that? Pushing left. Take 4 lines forward. Not sure we can. And that one is going over. The reason I don't know if we can is we're not pulling off a belt, we're pulling off a part of a belt, but it will then back up to that point, move to the next one. It seems fine, even if it's not, so let's go for it. Lines up with there and there. Much of this won't be there. Deal with that. So 4 coming in, so they're replaced. That's pushed off, and 3 come out the other side. I've run out of belts. That's replaced. 3 come in, 2 come out the other side. 2 carry on to the next thing, which needs copper, coal, and sulfur. Coal and sulfur to make the explosives, then the copper to make the cabling. And then these are the finished elements coming out of here. Okay, good. More belt, which we took pretty much everything. So hopefully they've made some more in the meantime. And both types of inserter. Let's fly over and grab these things, get the elements finished off. Good on all of the rest of it. Might not have enough pipe here. We'll give it a stab and find out. I've gone too far left. I've got enough fuel, yeah, but I've accidentally flown right over the top, so why don't we top up with a bunch? Why not? The trains, no, something's wrong with the trains. Something's wrong with the depots as well. Q50 East, Q50 West. There's no M46 West. So I haven't built in the combinators. I've got them on me so we can go do that. Interesting to check. There's a lot of trains there are green when they should be blue. So I'm a bit confused. I think they should be blue. And I've forgotten. I think I'm good on the pipe, potentially. So I just need belt stuff. Which, yeah. Not them though, we're good on them. Just need inserters. All the belt, 2,000, that's good. Good amount being made. Enough resources floating around then. 2 types of inserter, which will not be being made. But we're stocked up, so that's good. Take a full row of them. Half a row of them. We got space, let's take more. That's all good. Head south. Fix those missing combinators. Try and work out why those are green and not blue. And why, you know, it says 8 trains, it should say 20. 8 are blue, 2 are green, so yeah, something's off. Not sure what. Don't really know what they mean. Blue I thought just means that the train is ready for LTN. I don't know what green means. These should be green, there's no train there. Maybe that's what green means there's no train there. Which is concerning in the ones that have trains sat in them. Okay, robots, get them built. Any more? Yep. And that one. Okay. So we should now have a depot M46 West. No. It's there, it says it's a depot, it's wired in, and this is called M46 West. Might just take a bit of time. There we go. 6 greens. Am I crazy? Are there not 10 there? I think I am crazy, or I've broken it. Very possible. Or it's going to take time to update. 46 East 3, yeah. Okay, so it's changed. I-50 East says 18 now. M46 East also not been built in. Okay. Possibly somewhere else isn't built in then. What was the other one? Q50 East is potentially has an issue. Just didn't notice. When you got alt mode on and you can see all the symbols on top, you don't really see what's underneath at all. Or whether there is anything. Okay. Fix a Q50 East. What's going on over there? They've not been named properly. Because I completely forgot. We did. That's not the right bit. There we go. Copy. Paste. Q50 East. Yep, that's better. Okay. No. I remember now. That I forgot. Okay, so the names should all be good. Might take a second to update. But we should have 8 depots with 10 each. Why is it only saying 8 trains is the next question. Satellite mode up to some of those trains. This train here. I switched it, but I haven't told it lives in M50 East, which some of them just remembered, I guess, and some of them didn't. M50 East. I should be able to paste them in, and the lights should go blue as we go. And they're taking more fuel when I do this for some reason. Don't know what that's about. But okay. I guess the same, the ones I switched on late, I haven't switched them on because they still haven't had any fuel, which isn't too surprising. So LTN should be telling us 18 drains, 2 are switched off, 8 depots, 10 each. Okay, all good, all fixed. Well, you know, I think. That particular problem appears to be fixed. Okay. Let's get the missing stuff built in around here. Any missing inserters? It's on all the rows, so I'll have to make a couple of trips back and forth. Okay, that's all in. Right, what's my little recharge? But they are building. Good, good. I need to shut my window a little or close the curtain a little to stop the bugs coming into the lights. 1 second. That should stop them. Very fancy bright lights that the moths will love in here. Okay. That's built in. That's good progress. Explosives are next. Let's get that number. There's 125 of them over 1.389 belts. It's 89.99 per belt. So 125 less the 89. So you could do a row of 89 and a row of 36. That's an option. From the look of the input, so what is that? 125 over 36? No, 36 over 105 times 0.694. 0.2. So yeah, that would let a half belt into the other. So that it's weird numbers, but it kind of works. Could then have a shared belt going in. What's the speed of all? What's going on? Explosives. Every 4 seconds. One of each every 4 seconds. Yeah, that could be a shared belt with a short inserter. And if we had a row of, I've forgotten the number already, 89? Might round that around. Yeah, 89 and 36. Then you could have a shared belt be half, but it'd be pretty close, in which case you might as well just half this number. 63 per row. Again, round it up to like 65 or whatever to have a safer number. 64 probably. Yeah, 64 per row. Would definitely have shared belt in. I think that's good. It's going to be long. We won't be able to turn the bus around and go back up again. But I'm confident the rest will fit if we do this in 2 rows. In fact, even if, especially if they shared. Ooh, now that's another idea. Can we use a long handle to get 2 grabs every 4 seconds? Yes, you can. So we do in and out. In and out. No, in and out, that way around. Except other way around, so top one is in, bottom one is out. We could do that. That should be fast enough. So shared belt down the middle, water down the outside, and we'll use 2 pumps, or 2 lines, 2 offshore pumps. One for the top, one for the bottom. I will probably run them both from the bottom pool, but yeah. Very compact then, and I would be happy with that, definitely. So grab that and flip it. Doesn't quite work, does it? Need to change the belt. Yeah, that's fine. That's 8 per side. Could be good. Could move it up. Be awkward getting the water in. So let's not, just to avoid any of that. No, I'm wrong. Because if we combine the two 64s like this, it becomes a problem. So what this would let us do is do 32 instead of 64. So we'll have two cells like this, 32 long, which preserves our ability to go around the corner. Or it would take up less vertical space and more horizontal to not do this. Kind of forgotten about the output, I guess. But yeah. Let's cut all of that. Start again. So you'd have input on the back there. Output on the front. Which needs to alternate, just to be safe. Output there, input there, water runs under it. And then the second row can go there, which is much closer. So yeah, the vertical density would be better like this. And we go 64 to the right. So yeah, I think that's the way to do it. Let's grab that and paste. Yeah, that's fine. Grab that much. Sure. That's 8. That's 16. Copy that. We've got 32. Copy that. We've got our 64. Which, yeah, almost doesn't fit in the square. Pretty close. But half of this allows shared belt and blue belt out. So it should be fine. We can grab all of that and put the second row in. And there you go. Just got to build that in and the explosives will be in the right place. Do need to create the input. So it's sulfur and coal, which is the outside and the, yeah, it's these two. So the last point they're used, they could be turned into the shared belt there. No. At the moment they're more than that, so we need to split them, then combine them. Split that there and that there. Run them together. That goes under. And to the next bit, so yeah, push left there. That's coming this way. I've misaligned that somehow. That's coming out there. Oh, just doesn't reach. Interesting. I should go there, that's why. There we go. And then the last one is here. Need to, yeah, bring them together. Like that. That's all good. Should be all good. Don't want to speak too soon. So that's that belt. So let's send that under. And that under. That's there, that's there. Put a splitter to join them. But it's two lines going forward. So that's fine. They're the completed goods heading forward. Here's the copper to make the cable, which is the last element. Everything else is finished at this point. Build a few more in. But we need to get the water connected. So let's do that. Like I say, two lines, which we've got 3 at the moment. If we send that under. And another one there, although we can kind of in the way of there. Damn, doesn't line up great. But I think we do go over, so yeah, let's keep that there. What distance can that go? Let's go with there and there. Over to here. Turn the corner. Back one? Doesn't really matter, but whatever. Wherever that reaches, there and there, and so on. Bring them down to where the pool of water is in the corner, ready for them. I hope it was some offshore pumps, pretty sure I did. Again, it just reaches there. Gonna need some pump within the line, I think. Let's get this lined up right. There and there. They reach out to there. It's a bit annoying. Do that corner. That'll be like that and that like that. That's fine. Don't necessarily... I could just throw a pump in somewhere for the sake of it, but it's vaguely interesting to do the proper math. If I bring up the wiki with the fluid system numbers, we are moving 18,750 a minute over 2 lines, so 9,375 in one line per minute, which is 156.25 per second, which means we can have over 1,000 bits of pipe between here and where we're going. And yeah, we do not have over 1,000 bits of pipe, so that's fine. I could put tanks at this end for the sake of it, but they're not needed. Really not needed. No, I think I will just put a pump at the start of the line to pressurize it for the sake of it. I mean, there's a lot of pieces here. 130 plus from the wall to here. So it's not necessary to put a pump in, but it will be nice. The number in the pipe will look bigger if we ever look at it. The amount of water we see through any little windows. No little windows. That's sad. Oh well. I'll put a pump there at the start because I want to. Good. And yeah, that's running, it's powered and water's flowing, so that's good. Build this out. We've just... The final element is the 25 machines making the copper cable. Which again, we might round that up, spread that out. 2 lines coming in, but it's the 3 lines coming out that's a bit annoying. Over 25 machines, it's just an awkward number. 24 would be easier. So we'll round up to 3 rows of 9, 27 machines in total. Can we fit 3 rows down? Yes. And then probably 3 rows of 34 for the final machine, which will fit. Combine them together, send it to the bottom for a train station out. And there are capsules made, which is half the picture of what we need to do here. Wherever we deliver the capsules also needs to make more of all of these same things and then shoot them around the place fast enough, which will be interesting. But that will definitely be a next stream issue. Today well, I'll keep going a bit, and you know, it is getting late in, almost 5 hours in, but I would like to do a bit more, so we'll do this copper cable. Let's say 3 rows of 9. It's just splitting to cable, there we go. So it's 1 in, 1 row in, 1 row out. Yeah. In this case. Do need to alternate the outputs, as it's almost a full belt coming out. Not entirely full, but pretty close, really. So that one needs to be near. I can copy that lot to there. Copy that lot to there. Copy that to there. Oh, it's 9, so... I don't know. We can make it so the last machine splits evenly on both sides of the belt, just so that the belt is evenly stacked, but it doesn't need to be because it isn't a full belt, but I don't know whether it's good if we don't, so we will do that. So that's 1 row. We could do the next one in line and run them here and here. That's kind of tempting, actually. Instead of doing it 3 vertically. Okay. In which case we'll do that differently. So we'll have the 3 inputs run along the top. If I can get them the right way round. After the first 9, this one cuts in. Although, I kind of don't want them split like that either. Being picky now. Yeah, like that. 2, 4, 6, 8. Copy that one for the outputs to be split evenly. So that... Oh no, that's far. That's far. No, I got that wrong. It doesn't matter, but... Copy that one to there, copy that one to there, copy them across. Don't need that. Okay. We might as well have a splitter there with input priority left. I don't think that matters either. Have another one there. 2 lines carry forward. Could have input priority left just to pull them, but because they're terminating, I don't think it matters at all. So I'm not going to bother. Down here we'll have another splitter and there will be one there. Need another 9. There. That will be fine. So that's split down to 1 now to the end. I feel crazy because it isn't 3 lines, is it? It's 2. Yeah, it's these 2. Okay. I'm confused then. It's 1.389 belts of copper coming in. So after a third have been taken out, it's too soon to push the rest in completely. But we can push them in. So we just output priority right, but keep the second line going and do the same here. That will be okay. Maybe not ideal or perfect, but it'll do good. And then those outputs are there, but some of them go this way. And the same here. Which we would probably push the left just to make the space. 3 lines come this way. Which they're like, these are just going straight in here. So these can replace them where they were safely. 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2 and 3. That is all good, or will be all good, I think. So the shared belt with low density and heat shielding is there. 2 belts of explosives, 3 belts of copper cable are all there. Could be good. All the other inputs have terminated. They have reached where they need to be. And the final stage of the process is 100 machines putting all this together, which I'd like to split into 3 just because the copper cable's on 3 belts. So if that started here, there would be 34 of them. I'm rounding up slightly, but these are making cannon capsules. The inputs. It's nice to have the shared belt close because it needs to grab twice. The explosives would be grabbed once from a stack inserter, but 3 times from a long-handled, which is not great, but 3 times in 10 seconds isn't a problem. And it's better than the copper cable doing it. But the shared belt would only be grabbed twice by a long-handled because it's 1 of each thing. So the shared belt should be on the outside. Explosives, say, on the inside. The copper cable on the other inside, and then every 10 seconds 1 of these is output, so long-handled's good for the output. Those going in there, put them on blacklist mode. Did I do that to them? Yes, good. So yeah, that's fine. It'll work. It'll be fast enough, I hope. There's 10 of them. That's 20. That's 30. That's 34. Yep. That's not bad for how it fits. Empty space even. Maybe, you know, if we'd made the belts messier, we could have squished it even more. It's not necessary to do so. Copy all this. Put the other 2 rows in with a gap. If I can find them. So there and there. Looks correct. And the output is combined together into, yeah, fraction of a belt, like usual with these things. They can be out changed like that, yeah. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Good. Just got to build all that in, which I'm going to run out of belt and just belt, maybe. Maybe inserters, but probably just belt. Interesting. Not bad going, actually. Get this finished off. We have to make another trip and get some more belt. We'll do that. Get it finished off. Get the train station in the south done. Get this connected, and then we'll wrap up the stream for today. So, you know, a little while longer just to get this finished. And then, you know, that'll be a nice point to wrap up. We'll have the capsules ready. Okay, there's belt run out. Let's get inserters and machines built, and maybe even do the station in the south. Although I've got no loaders to do it with. That's a future problem. We will just steal them from the rocket manufacturing it, because we're not going to be doing that. Might even disable the inputs for it, because we're not going to be doing it for a while. Don't know actually. I still need to fly to Festus and set up everything that end, the production of capsules that end, to get the stuff back here. And then we need to set up a landing pad here, but that's the very easy part. Just need enough of them. But yeah, let's do the southern station, which is just going to be a regular old one-line in provider, like this. Just copy that. And remember to change the name, so we are in L46. L46 South. There we go. My robots don't have any power. Go stand over here and get shot. Cheer them back up. Is that enough? Half? Yeah. Sun's rising. We'll have some solar power soon. Network 1, up to 2 trains. Sure, in the future we might want multiple launching sites, I guess. I'm going to remove the ghosts for all but 2 loaders, so we don't accidentally get too greedy here. That's that, and then just going to bring that line in. Annoy that robot by flying back and forth. Just move that line over-ish, and then we're going to bring the inputs and outputs here. Let's sort that out. So the outside was going to be the shared belt, which is that one. So it needs to split, go there. I will priority. Split, go there, and then the last one go there, then one or the other, so that's hard to split there, so we'll do this one into there. In this case, I think do the balancing. Don't have space to do the balancing, actually. They're all there. We should have another set of splitters here regardless. Pushing left, sure. And then we'll split off like we did. That's best practice to be consistent. We'll do that. 2 lines move forward. Copy that lot to there. Yeah. Remove them. And 1 line will carry on forward to go there. And these 2 need to split off as well. So that's going to be there. Pushing in. 1 line carries on. That needs to go under that. That goes there. 1 line carries on. Let's send 2. It probably is just 1 line at that point, but just to be safe. This point, so that's going under there. Splitters there. Another one. That goes in there. 1 line carries on here, go under there and into there. Is that consistent? No, that should go under. That should carry on. The outputs aren't going to juggle around here neatly, so I think I'm just going to send them all the way over here. They'll be down there. Send that to there, and then it'll join. And then the last one doesn't need to go under or anything because it's on its own. That'll join. 1 line goes down and joins up there. Good. Ton of extra belt needed. But that's everything lined up and in place. A few machines not done here. Get them done. We're good on everything else, so we're not short on anything. Just need to go grab a whole bunch of belt to finish that off. And, you know, some loaders would be nice, I guess. Can we go via... Yep. Already above here, we'll find where the capsules are made. We'll steal some loaders from there. As I never really needed to load that fast. They're supposed to be limiting as well. So we'll take all of them. Which is going to give us a bunch of capsules, of course. Yeah, it's fine. So they were set on the belts there. One to the right. We should steal some from the rocket sections as well. Did not want to remove that pole. There we go. And they're actually, like, delivered here, so I might as well just deliver them. Why not? Get the robots back in, and further north we go to find the belt. Not there, but there should be some here. 2,300. That might get the job done, maybe. Hopefully, should do. That would be nice to have them actually available. Like I say, it's only half the picture. We need the other half before we can get things moving. Then we need to go to Hephaestus and set up the delivery points that side, the manufacturing that side, in order to send stuff back. Which is going to be pretty big. I mean, what did we do here? We did 750 a minute here. And we were going to do 500 a minute there. So it'd be 2/3 the size of what we just did. Really? Yeah, but they don't need to manufacture all of it. They just need to do something. At the other end, they're going to receive everything prepared? No, the copper cable can't be shot. So this is what they need to do the other end. They just need to use 89 machines to create 500 a minute, whereas we had to use 500 to create 750 a minute. That's cool, actually very cool. So the next square we do is going to create the low density structure, explosives and heat shielding for 500 a minute. So it'll be, I don't know, half the size of this, and then have some cannons at the end to launch all those things and the copper ingots over to Hephaestus. Okay, that's more achievable. Get that sorted out next time for sure. Well, unless something happens. But I mean, with the base frozen up as much as it is at the moment, I don't see us having any more problems develop. Things need to start moving before we can develop problems. Let's get this little section built in. Weird missing gap. A bunch more over here, if the robots are willing. They're not. Oh, no, they just finished everything they can reach. Okay. Sorry, robots. Do a few bits ourselves too. Keep track of it all. Looking good though, looking sorted. Oh, I'm just going to disable them. Build this in myself, let them recharge or whatever. No, they come back inside, guys. There we go. And I'll build this in. And then they can help with this slightly more complicated bit. Did I steal enough loaders? Yeah, I definitely did. Get the stuff in and get it there, yeah. We just probably are going to need some more to do the next square, the one where they prepare the stuff to launch and launch it. We'll see. Might only need one train station for that. But that's good. That's in. That's configured. Any little purple dots? No. Good. Wow. Glad we got that done, though. Glad we got that finished off. So that's going to make the capsules, the launch stuff around everywhere, cheaper than we can send it by rocket, and hopefully that saved cost will let us kickstart the base again, you know, get enough copper made to get things flowing. We'll need to manually kickstart during that process and fly around a bit ourselves, so hopefully we've got enough rocket parts spare to make a couple journeys to get that done. There's going to be some tidying up to do on Hephaestus because it's going to be handled differently, so things will change a little at that end. It's always nice to fly around space a bit though. Oh, I've filled these gaps in. And we've got nuclear trains and their depots set up today, which is great. Really nice to have that ready. Just, you know, we need to lay on more trains for each space when we have the fuel flowing fast enough to do so. It can't be far off now. Yeah, it's backed up a bit. Might change those limitations at some point, but it has backed up enough to start doing enrichment at full speed. So that's flowing a lot more of the glowy one to be available, which should get delivered over here any minute now, and we'll make fuel at a much faster rate, which will be excellent for our trains. We'll get them much speedier all over the place, and the base will function so much faster when we actually give it the resources to function with. Can't wait for that. Should be exciting. Let me drop a proper save in. And just out of curiosity, where are we? 219.5 hours. That's a lot of hours for one base. And I guess another planet space and so on and so on. And lots of mistakes in the process. It has taken us a while to get here. But that is certainly all my brain can manage for one evening. 5 hours, 10 minutes. A good one though. Like I say, got a lot achieved there in terms of trying to move ourselves forward from this current gridlock. very happy. We'll be back with more Factorio next Wednesday, 4 p.m. BST. We will carry on digging ourselves out of this situation and fixing more bits and pieces and getting these delivery cannons up and running, which I love the way they sound and the way they shoot stuff around. So there's at least that positive edge to it. Should be good. I'll be back tomorrow. Be Sunday RimWorld again, same time. Should be good fun. If you guys are having a good time watching, do show some support. Let me know you're out there. Come follow the Twitch channel, subscribe on the YouTube channel. Come join us on the Discord. Still, in its infancy, but it's growing. So come and get involved with that. Much appreciated. Links are in the profile here. You can find all those things. And of course, do join us more live streams. That's the biggest support, I suppose. If you're available and you're interested, do come and join us. Where shall we raid off to for tonight then? We have people on. Oh, Skelly's playing Factorio again. They're doing another Gobs and Grims Factorio community thingy. They're usually just in vanilla, I think, so it might be a bit more chill than what I've just done. But that was cool last time. It was nice seeing the guys doing their little community thing. Why don't we head there again? Well, let's double check there. All good. 2 hours in, yeah, barely started there. They're having fun. Good. So yeah, guys, whatever you guys are up to next, if you after the raid has landed, do enjoy the rest of your days. Do have a good one, and hopefully see you for some streams soon. Thanks, guys. See ya.